Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with Chip and Zay for the next couple hours right here, holding it down on Sports Unfiltered, counting it down. Texas versus Florida, the beginning of SEC play at the Swamp Saturday at 2:30. Zay, how you doing, baby?
I'm good, man. Can't complain at all. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Feeling good, feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Oh, man. Chopping wood with a butter knife as usual. But, we are we're fresh from some breaking news for Sean Miller and the Texas men's basketball team. A little after 1 o'clock this afternoon in the gymnasium at Westlake High School, Zay's favorite location.
Beautiful place.
That's when Zay would average 13 and 8.
Let them know, man.
Instead of 10 and 5.
Let them know.
Bo Ogden, the 4-star small forward, 6'5", can shoot it. Also happens to be the son of Texas Longhorns GM and 2003 Final Four team member Chris Ogden. So Texas basketball now has its first 2026 commitment. Zay, you are our resident basketball guru, also the greatest basketball official in the history of Central Texas.
Let them know that too.
Yeah, man.
Love this.
Yesterday you were saying if this kid doesn't commit to Texas, that Chris Ogden should quit his job, for God's sake. But he committed. Your thoughts?
Yeah, great get for Sean Miller. Maybe the easiest commitment that Sean Miller has ever had throughout his very long college coaching career. You hire Chris Ogden to keep him here with the basketball program. You would expect Bo's 4-star son to follow suit and want to stay in the ATX where he's from. Sure has been a Texas fan his whole life because of his dad playing for Rick Barnes through the early 2000s. So, even though I'm sure, Chris Ogden let Bo make the decision himself and would have been good with whatever he did. Oregon was up there, Tennessee and Rick Barnes, obviously with that connection with Rick Barnes and the Ogden family. Yes, I'm sure that was appealing for Bo, but at the end of the day, he's got burnt orange in his blood. I'm sure that, who knows? He might rock the number that his pops rocked. What does dad rock, like 45 or something like that? That'd be dope. Like 45 is not the best looking number, but Michael Jordan made it look cool. So who knows? But yeah, smooth game, man. Pure shooter. Like you can't leave him open at all. Underrated athlete too. Like he'll go up there and dunk your ass if you catch him slipping. Like don't think that he's a soft Westlake white boy. Nah, this dude, he's got some toughness about him. He's got some cojones about him. And I think he can match up with a lot of guys around the country, and he's a guy, if he has a really good year at Westlake, could be a McDonald's All-American option. So, yeah, I was thinking about former Westlake chaparrals that have gone to Texas and where Bo ranks compared to them, like Chris Mim, Brad Buckman. You could throw Will Baker in there, even though it didn't go as well as it should have, with Will Baker transferring to multiple colleges around the nation, and, Brock Cunningham. So I think Bo's very unique. I think he's probably more like, here's a name for you, Chip, Luke Axel, than any of those guys that I just named that came from Westlake. Mim, Buckman, those guys were bigs. Brock Cunningham, he was more of the glue, tough guy, defensive-minded player. Bo is a big-time scoring option that he should be able to freshman year. If he can shoot the ball well enough and his defense is acceptable to where, okay, we could keep you on the field for about 8 or 9 minutes. He's going to have to, put some bones, but I think he could definitely do that with his frame. Again, think about his father. His father was a big guy that had a really feathery touch too. So yeah, I think this is a really good get for Texas. Congrats to the Ogden family and Bo, and congrats to Sean Miller for, I guess, his first big time commitment since he's got here on the 40 acres.
Well, outing report on Bo Ogden from 24/7 Sports. Ogden is a bigger-bodied scoring wing who put up 20 points per game on the 3 SSB circuit on 47% shooting from the floor, 46% from behind the arc, and 87% from the free throw line. He took over 7 threes per game and shot 49% on catch and shoot attempts, including a whopping 58% when he was unguarded. So long distance shooting is his biggest weapon, but he's, crafty, can take smaller defenders into the mid post, has the high release to score over the top of them with his pull up, tough, physical, has a real knack for getting himself to the free throw line, making strides as a handler, passer, decision maker, can be turnover prone at times. Lacks some quickness and length with his first step, but is also gradually putting more pressure on the rim. So, look, the bottom line is the kid can shoot.
Yeah.
So let's hope that continues, because he played at St. Michael's last year, and that's private school ball.
Yeah, private school ball, it's cool, but come on.
You can't. Yeah, you're not up against the best competition. Now,
you got to show out.
Now at Westlake, he's going to have to go up against those Bowie Bulldogs. I mean, he's going to have to show a little something.
I hope we're ready for him. I don't know who the coach is. I don't know what's going on. You know how I feel about that. I made it clear yesterday. They need to make the court or gymnasium named after Pops. But, yeah, if he lights up my Bulldogs, hey, it is what it is. There's been a lot of former Longhorns that went to Westlake High School that have lit up the Bulldogs in recent years. So, yeah, man, I think, the whole turnover thing, the ball's in his hands a ton. Like, of course he's going to turn the ball over. Like, that happens. And he's playing good competition. That league that you named, that's the Adidas League. So he's playing against really good competition. All those guys, all those teams, they're highly sponsored, and they get the fresh kicks from Adidas, those Ant Edwards or James Harden shoes, and all the backpacks and all the gear and stuff. So it's not like he's playing scrubs during the summer. The boys played some big time talent out there. And even the private school he came from, St. Michael's, they went really far in the tournament. So even though private school is different than public school, doing that, very difficult to do. Again, really good get for Sean Miller and the Longhorns, and I'm sure he made his family proud by keeping that, Ogden family with Texas and just all the history that comes with that.
Yeah. They won the state championship there at St. Michael's, for what's that worth, private school ball. It's not and this year, his senior season, he'll be hoping it up for Westlake. And I know that, maybe we go to that game, say, maybe we go to do they play home and home?
Yeah.
With Bowie?
Okay. I'll go to the one at Westlake. I ain't going to the one at Bowie. That ain't happening. Unless if that night they want to make the big announcement that we are naming the new basketball facility for the best coach in Bowie High School history, Sylvester Collier, at halftime. Why would I go to that one? No.
Right, CC Arena.
That's what I'm saying. Ain't that dope? Collier Arena, Sylvester Arena, CC Court.
Let's go.
What are we doing?
CC Court.
What's taking so long? Like, I
What's
don't
the problem?
understand it. I might sound crazy. You'll be like, oh, Zay, it's your dad. You're bugging. I don't think I am. I really don't. It'll be hard for somebody to convince me that I'm lost my mind here. What are we waiting on?
I like that.
Yeah, Rex, I do, man. You didn't see. You weren't there. You didn't see the blood, sweat, and tears my father put into that program. You kidding me? All these slow-ass suburban white boys that went to college, got scholarships because they just learned the game at an extreme level. You kidding me? I saw
Low ass suburban white boys.
I got a scholarship, Chip. How'd that happen? How did he make, like, my body, my frame? I've been doughy my whole life. Slow first step. Barely could jump over a Sunday paper. But the man is so detailed with his coaching and his philosophy that he got people like me that shouldn't have been playing any type of college ball. I know I went JUCO, but somehow Para-Junior College paid for a year of school for your boy, because up here, only reason why I'm able to do this, what I do, like, man, Zay, when people say, man, Zay, I love your takes and stuff like that. Who did I get it from? Learning.
CC.
That's what I'm saying, man. So I'm going to go to bat for my pops, man. I know I'm biased. I understand that. I know I'm biased. You know, I'll take Sylvester Court. Like, you know how Coach K had Coach K Court at Cameron Indoor? I'll take that. I'll take that. That's cool. We'll take that. We will accept that. You know what I'm saying? I still think the whole gymnasium, I think that's, you know, more appropriate. Because there is no name. It's just,
how long was he the coach there?
35 years.
35 years.
Maybe not that long. Maybe like 33. Maybe 30, 32. Something like that.
And he's the all-time winningest coach there, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close, man.
Let's go. And he launched the career of Rodney Terry.
Right? Which, you know, maybe, you know, depending on who you ask, you might want to leave that out. He's proud of that. I'm proud of that too. Because RT, for him just to get the job at Texas, come on now, that's still a big thing, even though we know it didn't go the best. But still, we'll take that. Yes. RT did a solid job at times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a 13-point lead on Miami with 12 minutes left. And then it didn't go so good after that. But, hey, at least he had that 13-point lead. He could smell the Final Four. Could smell it.
Yeah, why could you say, like, beating Kansas twice or
beating Kansas, winning the Big 12 tournament championship?
Kansas, that's a big deal.
Let's go.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
See, Rex is wrong, man. We can't have the place that serves nachos named after Pops, man. It's not acceptable. I appreciate it. I appreciate your thought. We're trying. That's a step. But come on, man.
Come on, Matt. Yeah, so Bo Ogden is the number 30. He's the nation's 31st ranked player in the 2026 class, according to 24/7 Sports. So, I mean, this, you know, he's a big time prospect. And as Zay said, it was Tennessee. It was, you know,
I think Oregon was up there.
Oregon was in there.
Somebody else too. Somebody else that has cold ass white boys. Oh, Creighton. I think Creighton was up there. Yeah, Creighton. I think they took a look at him.
Yeah,
Creighton.
Tennessee. Oh, Purdue.
That's it. There it is. It's not Creighton. Purdue. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Place that has cold ass white boys. Yeah. Purdue. Perfect.
Right. Camden Heide. Well, you know, I'm crazy about Camden Heide. People are going to love Camden Heide. The
Yeah.
Purdue
He's
transfer.
the best shooter on the team.
Yeah.
Cameron Heidi.
Yeah. This guy is the key to the 2025-2026 basketball season for the Texas Longhorns.
Damn, the key.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's the key.
All right.
He's the oh, yeah.
His 4 points game says otherwise.
I know. Hey, listen. I understand. You can doubt me now.
I'm not doubting. I'm just trying to. That's what the show's all about. I got to question some of your takes sometimes just to make sure we all understand where you're coming from.
Make sure that I'm fully backing what I'm saying. Yes.
Okay.
He may have been averaging 4.3 points per game at Purdue, but he was backing up. He was getting backup minutes. I don't make the roster. I don't make the lineups.
No,
the dude was shooting.
There's a horrible job there.
No, he had talent. He had a lot of talent there at Purdue.
Okay.
And I mean, I would have played Cameron Heidi, but what do I know? Matt Painter's a Final Four coach. Yeah. It happened 2 years ago, right? With big Zach Edey.
Yeah, and
Cam Heidi was on that team.
Yo, he had the play of the game. He had a tip dunk that was so vicious. Like he gonna dunk on somebody this year. Texas fans watch. He's gonna become a fan favorite because he's gonna have a couple of dunks. Him and Kendall Weaver, they got bounce, man. Yeah,
you're gonna see together. You're gonna see a Texas basketball team that knows how to play, knows what they're trying to do on every possession, offense and defense. It's not going to look like they're just out there, doing dribble drive drills until, there's 5 seconds left on the shot clock. So it's going to be nice. It's going to be nice. Sean Miller found the fountain of youth. He's been revitalized. He got the big break he needed coming to Texas, and he got the resources, got some players. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, I know exactly what he loves, Xavier. I saw that campus. That campus looked like a junior college. I mean, wow. The fact that he made that place relevant and competitive. Yeah.
Did you go by there when you were up there?
Yeah, I did. I went there and the University of Cincinnati. Both nice. I mean, again, Xavier looks like a really nice JUCO or small mid-major. It is that. Like they're in the Big East with
private school.
Yeah, they don't have a football team or nothing. So, like, it's, you could tell it has that private school feel. Cincinnati, I don't know if you've been to that stadium, but you have to obviously walk there because you can't just drive up there. You know me, I went about walking. Cincinnati ain't that important. I ain't gonna go find a place to park or nothing. That's just too much. But it's like really in there and it sinks. So you could kind of see the outside of where it is, but it is nice. It's nice. The area, I don't know.
Well, let's bring in our man, Hank South. Managing editor, MVP, Horns 24/7, fresh from the Bo Ogden commitment. Hank, you've been all over this. Bo Ogden, first 2026 commitment for Sean Miller in the Texas basketball program. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Can y'all hear me okay? I'm wearing a microphone.
Oh, yeah. You sound great.
Sound quality good? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Amazon for a $20 microphone.
There you go.
Okay.
Talk right into that thing. It sounds great.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Well, yeah, huge news for Texas basketball. I don't think this was a huge secret. Bo Ogden, son of Chris Ogden, who's obviously the Texas general manager, former Texas player, been at Texas forever. Obviously played under Rick Barnes, coached with Rick Barnes, has had a few stints elsewhere, but has been at Texas for a while and is now serving as the general manager. At his announcement today, I think, obviously I think he's always kind of leaned towards Texas. He grew up knowing the program, being around the program. But, if you look at his other finalists, Tennessee with Rick Barnes, who he considers as a very close, almost his family to the Ogdens, and then Purdue obviously with Matt Painter and their kind of program prestige. But he said, interviewing him afterwards when he announced for Texas about an hour ago, he said Sean Miller was the deciding factor. He just said he really on this official visit this past weekend, he watched the team do a couple practices, and he said he just fell in love with the system, the pace, everything they do, their development. And obviously it helps that he's already in Austin, he's close to his family, obviously his dad will be there, but he said Sean Miller was the what pushed him over. And he even said that Chris Ogden didn't know until this morning, which I don't know how, I don't know, maybe but so big time get. I think 24/7 has him ranked as the number 31 overall player in the country, number 15 small forward. So talking to Robert Lucero, who's the head coach at Westlake where he plays, he's, I think the biggest, thing he has going for him right now in terms of his skill set is his ability to, shoot from the perimeter at his size. He's like I think he's like a 48% 3-point shooter, or in some, measure. But that's his strength right now. But he is physical. He is tough. He can get to the free throw line. He's only going to get stronger once he, gets in the college athletics program. And, this is his first year at Westlake. So he's coming off, 3 years at St. Michael's in Austin, helped them win a state title in the TAPS division this past spring, actually hit the game winner at the buzzer over Parish Episcopal. And now he's at Westlake trying to help the Shaps, make a deep playoff run. So I think it's a really good get. Your first
clutch gene.
Yeah, clutch gene. Your first commitment in the class of 2026. There's some other guys. Texas is after. They've had a bunch of official visitors, or a handful of official visitors. But talking to Sean Miller the other day at his availability, I asked him about just how you go about recruiting high school when you're not even really sure what your roster is going to be next year because of the transfer portal changes. Guys can go to the NBA. Guys can have bigger seasons than maybe you anticipated in the fall and go somewhere else or go pro before the portal's even open. Like, you don't even know what your roster makeup's going to be, 6 months from now. How do you recruit high school? And, he made a good point that like the days of big high school recruiting classes are pretty much over in terms of, you can't just sign these massive high school classes because you really do have to save space. And, with Sean Miller, he's big on the portal and he's big on international recruiting. And that's probably a whole other calendar that's hard to even mix into it all. So, Bo Ogden, kind of the foundation piece of this class, and we'll kind of see, what else they put together, ahead of November.
Yeah, Hank, him transferring from St. Michael's to Westlake, obviously there's a little bit of a gap there from playing the private school game, now playing public school. But what went into that? And also, who does he remind you of as a player?
Oh, good question. I'm terrible with basketball comps. I don't know if I would trust anything. He said his favorite player is Kevin Durant. I think every kid that grew up watching Texas's favorite player is probably Kevin Durant. I'm not comparing him to Kevin Durant at all, but I don't know. Let me think about that. But I think what went into the decision to go to Westlake is, he won the title with St. Michael's. I think he was maybe looking for, kind of not a new challenge, but one more accomplishment I guess he could have at the high school level. He wants to, he did it with TAPS. Now he was talking about how, he wants to do it in the UIL division as well. So I think that played into it. That he didn't go too in depth on his decision to transfer, but I think it was maybe more of like a personal challenge to, you've done it at that level. And they've played Westlake. I think Coach Lucero told us they've played Westlake, or Westlake's played St. Michael like 3 times, I think, since Bo's been there. So, they've played the competition here and there, but, over the course of a season into a playoff run in the classification Westlake's in, obviously it's a step up. It'll be interesting to see how he performs. We'll certainly have to go out to a few of his games.
Yeah. And Texas is also pursuing Austin Gooseby, who is in that 2026 class as well. They consider him a 6'5" combo guard, Austin Gooseby, who's the number 19 player in the nation. Of course, he's the younger brother of Trevor Gooseby. And, you know, Bo Ogden is also 6'5", but they consider him a small forward. And, you know, he's, I don't know. I mean, he's like a 2-inch shorter version of Camden Heide.
Yeah.
That's my comp for Bo Ogden. Camden Heide's about to light this place on fire, Hank.
That's a great comp. Yeah. We were just talking about that yesterday at Sark. You know, he's kind of the X factor for this 2025 basketball team for Sean Miller. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking to only add, you know, 2-3 high school guys, if you're Sean Miller, I think a guy like Bo Ogden, a bigger guard like Austin Gooseby, if you can get him. I mean, Austin Gooseby, that's not like a shoe-in to Texas. I mean, he's got Duke after him. I mean, he's taken a ton of visits. He obviously took his official visit to Texas when they played San Jose State. So, you know, they're in it. We've seen Texas put out some more offers recently. Joe Sterling, another big kind of combo guard out of Westlake, at Harvard Westlake, not Austin Westlake, out in California. He just had an official visit. So, you know, I don't know if that's a signal to maybe they don't feel as great on Austin Gooseby. You know, you can kind of make that of what you will, but yeah. So you know, they're very active and you know trying to get these bigger guards, these guys that can shoot and you know push the pace and yeah. So I think they're in good shape. You know, starting it with Bo Ogden for sure.
Zay, you got another hoops question before we get into football?
Nope, let's get into football.
All right, Hank, Texas getting back into game action, and it's SEC play. Texas headed to Florida to open SEC play. This looked like a scary game at the beginning of the season, and then DJ Lagway's been struggling, more interceptions than touchdowns. They've got some injury issues on the defensive side, but the defense at Florida is playing top notch. I wrote a story today about how these are two of the best tackling teams in all of college football this year in terms of, you know, fewest missed tackles. What's your gut going into this one? Yeah,
you know, it is interesting, you know, looking at both these teams, you know, what would Texas be sitting, you know, you can't fault Texas's schedule. You know, they played at Ohio State to open the season, then, you know, 3 non-conference games that very winnable games. You look at Florida, you know, they started off with a gimme game against Long Island, and then they've lost 3 straight. And they're very similar in the fact that like both teams' defense is not, there's no issues with the defense. That's what's carrying them. Florida, you know, Florida's defense kept them in the game at LSU. They kept them in the game against Miami for most of the game. And, you know, obviously they're right there to potentially win it against South Florida as well. So you kind of wonder, you know, if Texas was in their shoes, you know, how would that have looked? And, you know, had the offense not, you know, gotten in stride a little bit against Sam Houston. But yeah, you know, I think, you know, you look at it now, I caution, you know, Texas fans, like everyone's kind of looking ahead to OU with, you know, whether John Mateer is going to play. And, you know, that game, obviously that's a tough one not to look ahead to, is the Red River Shootout. But, you know, I think this Florida team coming off a bye week, just like Texas, they're able to get a little bit healthier. It might be raining, you know, I don't know how that's going to impact, you know, morale, or, you know, you're probably going to see more fumbles, probably going to be a little more difficult to throw the ball how you want to throw it. So, you know, I think Texas can certainly win this game. I'm going to pick Texas. But, you know, I think the spread's like 6.5, 7 right now. I just don't know. I think this defense is really good. I think they're going to give Texas's offense problems, but you know, I think the experience they have, having played at Ohio State, that's one of the best defenses in the country, getting that experience, you know, getting, you know, your playmakers back, you know, assuming we see Wisner back, we see CJ Baxter back, DeAndre Moore already back into the fold after coming back against Sam Houston, potentially Emmett Mosley as well. Arch is going to have a lot more playmakers around him. I would imagine they'll probably get the tight end game involved a little bit more in the passing game with Jack Indries, how they had it going against San Jose State. But it's still going to be a major challenge. I don't think there's going to be like a Texas blowout. I don't think it's going to be a comfortable win. I think it's going to be a battle. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, what version of DJ Lagway they get. I think Billy Napier was quoted yesterday. He sees a look in Tu's eyes. And then DJ Lagway was super positive and pumped yesterday, talking to the media as well, saying, they're about to start popping on offense. And, they have playmakers. Jaden Boss entering the season was thought to be like the best running back in the country or in the league. If not, one of the best in the country. He had a great game against Texas last year in DKR. So it's going to certainly be a challenge. I think Texas will be able to pull it out. I think their defense is going to give Lagway enough fits. But I think, it's not going to be, do whatever they want on offense like they were doing against Sam Houston. Florida's going to challenge them. And certainly in that environment, that's going to present even more of, hurdles to try to get over.
Yeah, Hank, you look at the defensive coordinator for Florida, Ron Roberts, who Sark's faced a couple of times since he's been at Texas. Roberts used to be down there in Waco at Baylor, and in that 2021 matchup, Roberts got the best of Sark. 2022, Bijan Robinson went crazy, and Sark got the best of Ron Roberts. So, you look at just the running back room for Texas, and if those guys have a big game, I think Texas wins, no doubt. But
Yeah.
I think that's a big if, especially if Contravian Wisner and CJ Baxter aren't available. How are you feeling about this running attack for Texas going up against a really solid front against Florida, even though the offensive line for Texas, they've been a little inconsistent throughout these first 4 games?
Yeah, it's hard. I'm not as, concerned about, I guess, the running back, like the personnel, I guess, in the running back room, because, we have seen guys step up in the absence of Wisner, in the absence of Baxter. We've seen those guys get some pretty valuable carries. Jarrett Gibson already has, a season's worth of experience playing. But we've seen Christian Clark kind of come alive here and there. Even James Simon making some plays in the last few games. I'm kind of, just curious, how is the offensive line going to handle it? Are they going to be able to get enough push to, have an effective running game? We saw them hold their own against Ohio State, who's, if you're looking for this most comparable defensive front to Florida you've seen so far, that's it. And that was, I think we all came out of the Ohio State-Texas game saying, Texas actually ran the ball really well. So, if you're looking at for any, leading indicators, maybe that could be something. But, certainly Florida, that's their strength, is that defensive front. Even though they are kind of nicked up here and there, they still got guys. They got a veteran secondary that's going to, give Arch Manning different looks and try to confuse him, disguise different things. But yeah, I think you have 5, assuming you can get Wisner and Baxter back, you got 5 experienced running backs. So you can kind of keep them coming in waves. Guys will be fresh. If one thing's not working with one guy, they can try out something else, give them different looks. I don't know, 2-back sets if they want to get crazy. So I think that'll, like you said, if they can get that going, if they can establish that, even, it doesn't have to be like explosive play after another, but if they can establish enough of a ground game to then, hit some plays downfield through the air, I think they'll be in pretty good shape.
Hank, we heard Steve Sarkisian talking about, the quarterbacks in college football after watching the games over the weekend, saying there are a lot of guys who had high expectations coming into the year who are not meeting them. And he talked about Arch Manning as if he'd already sort of grown through, his pressing and is now relaxed and playing football. But this is his first true road game since Ohio State, where he struggled.
Yeah.
And faced adversity for probably for the first time in his athletic life. What were your thoughts on Steve Sarkisian's, comments, and then we heard from Arch Manning?
Yeah, I thought Sark sounded a lot more upbeat than Arch Manning did, and I think that's also, if you've covered Arch Manning, nice kid, will answer your questions, but he does not like doing media. Like he's very short answer. He's not going to go into depth. He's going to say what he needs to say and go to the next question. Sark, I thought, he even mentioned, he thought Arch had a better practice in terms of his performance yesterday on Monday than he did against Sam Houston, sorry. So I thought that was encouraging to hear in terms of where they're at. Getting a week off after you finally get that momentum going, then you have to kind of dial it down for a week, relax, then get right back into it. But yeah, I think his slump, however you want to call it, or pressing too hard. I mean, it came at the you lose to Ohio State. That's not going to affect your overall season, but it came at the right time for him to work through it because they were none of the 3 games they were in, especially San Jose and UTEP, they were never in question. The UTEP maybe was a little bit more comfortable or close for comfort for Texas fans, but there was never a sense of is UTEP going to beat Texas? Like they were able to work through things. The defense will keep them in that. Now it gets to the point where how much can you rely on the defense to hold you through? I think against Florida, you can probably rely on your defense a little bit, and to if you need to work through things in Gainesville, probably not ideal. You don't want to do that, but I don't think we've seen enough from the Florida offense to say that the Texas defense can't continue to play pretty well against them. Once you get further into conference play, even Oklahoma, but beyond some of the more potent offenses, then you're going to have a little bit more challenge. But I think and I said this I think prior to Sam Houston, like maybe it might, and for like Arch's mental state, which could be great for all we know. He could be out of his yips, but getting on the road and not being in front of your home fan base, that's like you're kind of just like thinking about when you make that first incompletion, or like if you throw a pick by accident, maybe being on the road where everyone's already against you, maybe that might help a little bit in terms of your psyche. I don't know, maybe that's just me overthinking it, but I think maybe he can play a little bit more freely, more his game, which Sark always says he wants him to do, is kind of play in the construct of the offense, but also play to his talent. So I think it sounds like they're good to go, especially if they can get Mosley back. We haven't seen a lot of the tight end passing game since San Jose, really. That adds a whole element, and I think Arch kind of hinted at it too. He's like, I don't want to say too much about kind of what their plans are, whether it be Mosley or guys or different looks they're going to give Florida. Obviously he's not going to give that away, but I think he's in a good headspace. I think overall felt better about hearing that from Sark than I did Arch, but I think that's just Arch is just a quiet guy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that injury report that drops tomorrow for the game. But Hank, when you look at this Texas defense, I think their defense is better than LSU's and Miami's, and both of those teams gave DJ Lagway and the Gators offense fits. But what do you expect from this defense, and who do you expect to maybe take over the game to make life easier for Sarkisian, Arch, and this offense?
Yeah, especially, again, if it's raining, I think this game could, you get sloppy. You want to make sure, ball control is going to be paramount. But, it's hard not to look at a guy like Jelani McDonald with the way he's playing. Sark called him a turnover machine. He's had 3 straight games where he's either caused a turnover or intercepted a pass. And so, you look at that LSU game with Lagway, I think 5 picks against LSU. You got to imagine, you got to look towards that secondary as, guys that can maybe, make a difference, create some turnovers there. I look at Jelani McDonald, the first guy that comes to mind there. We still are kind of waiting to see, we obviously saw the pass rush come to life against Sam Houston. Now you got to want to see it come to life against, an SEC opponent. Florida obviously has a pretty good offensive line. So that's going to present challenges for Burke and Colin. But I think those guys can be difference makers, and so I think I start with Jelani. I think Colin Simmons is going to have the game, and you can't say enough good things about the transfer defensive lineman. I think Hero Kanu is probably the best quote on the team. he's a fun guy to talk to in media because he has stories, he has jokes. That quote yesterday is probably the best quote we've heard all year with, I'm the hero. My name's Hero, but when I go on the road, I'm the villain. Amazing quote. But if I had to pick one guy, I think Jelani is kind of the guy on defense that, could give Lagway the most fits with, creating turnovers.
Yeah. It's been interesting, and we still haven't seen the best version of Colin Simmons.
Yeah.
And even Anthony Hill, for that matter. your leading tacklers right now are Michael Taff and Leonga Lafau. And, Ty Anthony Smith has more tackles and more sacks than Anthony Hill. But this defense is playing great. I mean, they're holding up against the run. They're only giving up less than 10 points per game. But this is where it starts. Even Anthony Hill, when I was asking him about, all these, games where they only missed 2 tackles against Ohio State. He said, yeah, but we're starting a rough stretch here, and let's see how we are after this stretch of 4 games away from Austin. And I think this is going to be a good barometer, Hank, of where, this offense is trying to develop an identity, and they don't have all their players. Arch has been up and down. You'd like to see that bar graph, start going up. Cole Hudson should be back from the turf toe. I think he wanted to play against Sam Houston. But that's the side of the ball we got to see it from, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Sam Houston, I think that calmed people down enough, but, it's still, you don't, not that this is like a marker of like Arch is like back to, but like he's still not considered in the Heisman odds really with any sort of favorable mark.
Vegas looked at that as a scrimmage, right?
Yeah, and so it was that didn't move the needle for enough people to be convinced that Arch is good, even though he had glimpses against Ohio State. I think overall performance was not what they wanted it to be. San Jose State, he looked like the number 1 overall recruit, top quarterback in the country for about a quarter, and then UTEP probably wants to forget UTEP, and then obviously Sam Houston looked great. But yeah, you want to have confidence going through conference play. I mean, you've got to see them do it consistently, and not only do it consistently against, good competition. And you look at Florida 1-3, they're still a really good team. They've got talent. They were a preseason ranked team. They've been in every game they've played. So this isn't going to be, just a walk in the park for Texas. So yeah, I think they would love to get all these guys going, to get your starting running back in Wisner, your offensive line's healthy, or trying to get them healthy, and then, see what you have in Emmett Mosley too. So, yeah, and again, I think, we probably haven't seen everything from Sark either in terms of, what he's going to throw at these teams. I'm sure he's not going to give away some of his best plays against Sam Houston or UTEP. So I'm sure that they're going to dial up some stuff and probably keep a little bit for OU as well, depending on if they need to or not against Florida. But I'm curious to see how they respond, to see if this momentum, if that was just a one-off and, that wasn't, what they are. I lean towards what we saw against Sam Houston being what Arch Manning is, but I understand you have to see it against an SEC team like Florida or another one.
Yeah, wasn't it against Florida last year where they had that fake reverse, fake counter?
Yeah, with the Bond, yeah.
The Bond, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and like remember, Florida, Texas was in control of that game the whole time. I think they went up big. But Florida, I think Florida had like the most yards of any team on Texas last year by the time it was all said and done. I think that was like kind of Jaden Boss coming out party in terms of him establishing himself. So they can't just overlook the fact that they've had, a rough go. Like these guys can, I think they're capable of exploiting. They've got playmakers. They're going to get Dallas Wilson back, who was a 5-star wide receiver. I'm not even sure if he's played this season yet. They've got Eugene Wilson, who's a stud. So they've got guys. They're kind of like in the same boat. It's like, when is it going to start clicking? And for them, I think that's a tough ask for it to start clicking against the Texas defense. But you got to play the game to see.
Yeah. Hank, Sark talked about only being able to take 74 guys down to Gainesville. And, you look at maybe some of the freshmen, which every freshman has their own pace. Hell, every player has their own pace. Not everybody's going to be Jeremiah Smith, but are you shocked by some of the freshmen that aren't getting crazy reps? I mean, Varnell Brown, the third, one of Florida's best wide receivers, he's a freshman. You can't necessarily say that about, Khalil Lockett or Michael Terry or Jamie French, who aren't getting much playing time. And on the other side, you got guys like, Jonah Williams, who, he's coming back from injury, but still, you're the number one pick in that class. Justice Terry, he's not getting meaningful minutes. All his, playing times coming from garbage time. Is there just a couple of guys that you're kind of waiting on that you think could be maybe productive later on in the season that just aren't getting opportunities right now because there's just not enough for everybody to eat on this squad?
Yeah, and I think a large part in that is they just, until Sam Houston, they hadn't been in a position to where they could play these younger guys as much as they would have liked. I mean, I think Sark would have loved to have most of these first year players playing the majority of the game, at least not, at least a full half, maybe, against these last three opponents. You got to think they were expecting to really manhandle a lot of those guys and have those guys in earlier than they did. So I think that's part of it. But then you look at the wide receivers. Dalen McCutcheon was really the only one that they trusted early. I think they're coming along more with Khalil Lockett. We saw Jamie French and Michael Terry get into the game against Sam Houston. So, there's a lot to it with the wide receiver position, whether, what you need to do in terms of your blocking assignment, route you need to run, this and that in the situation. And so I think some of those guys have had a little bit steeper of a learning curve. But it sounds like, from everything I've heard, they're coming along in practice. I think we could probably see more of them, assuming, Art starts to get into a groove and, maybe they have an opportunity they can rotate some more receivers in if need be. But I just don't think they've been in a situation where they've really been able to. Jonah Williams, I think, they're pretty deep at his spot, but again, like, that's a kid you want on the field. So I think as he gets more confident and coming back from his injury after playing, getting his first reps against Sam Houston, I think we'll probably see him get more involved in the game plan later in the season. And Lance Jackson, I mean, he's been a stud. I think he's going to be a really good player for Texas. I think, him already kind of establishing himself as a contributor, early with that room as deep as it is a good sign for him. So, but yeah, you always want to see the freshmen, from covering recruiting, you see these guys coming up and you want to see what they've got at this next level. But sometimes it's, it's about, sitting behind, learning a little bit and then contributing down the line when you're, like a Bo Barnes or, even like a Zalis Hicks or some of those guys kind of a little bit further down on the depth chart.
Hank, the SEC had some wild games over the weekend. We saw Mississippi State, almost beat Tennessee. Mississippi State is at A&M Saturday at 6:30 on SEC Network. A&M is favored by 14.5. Does that seem high to you?
I mean, judging off of what we've seen from Mississippi State this season, I'd say so. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't sat and watched a full Mississippi State game. I watched the end of the Tennessee game the other day, just when I saw it was still close. But yeah, I mean that seems like a pretty significant line. I think that's the same with Vandy and Bama too, isn't it?
Yeah, Vandy is at Bama. Bama favored by 10.5.
Okay, I think I saw the Vandy one at plus 14 for a minute. Yeah, no, that seems pretty high. But again, it's Mississippi State. I don't think anybody expected any of this from them this season. But they, second year under Levy. I mean, that they've got, he's got more pieces of what he wants to be able to do. The what's the running back's name? Fluff, is that his name? Bothwell, the Mississippi State running back. I think that's his name. He came from South Alabama. Yeah. Kid's a stud. Obviously, they got Brennan Thompson, who Texas fans know. He's been making plays. They got a lot of Texas transfers on their defense too. Dre Bledsoe and Darren Gillette. So, yeah, I think that's probably a little high. I don't know how. I don't bet, so I don't have to decide. But I'd probably be willing to take a flyer on Mississippi State covering that.
What about Vandy and Bama?
Oh man, I mean, Bama looked really okay. So with Alabama, it's like, okay, they can go out and win a game like that at Georgia. They did that last year. They beat Georgia at home. Obviously, it was, a little bit different, but like now they have to go win the games they're supposed to win. Like you can't go and drop a game to Vandy. You can't go on the road and drop a game to a terrible Oklahoma team last season when like your playoff hopes are right there. You still have like you were going to make the playoff, then you lose to Oklahoma. So like that's what they've got to show now. Like they can win these big games, but they can't turn around and then lay a stinker against Vandy, which I will say, Vandy's obviously a very quality opponent. They've been handling their business. I mean, they beat the crap out of South Carolina on the road. Obviously, I think you probably feel like you have some sort of chance always if you have Pavi as your quarterback with just the confidence he instills in them. So, I wish that game wasn't the same time as Texas because I'd like to watch that. But yeah, I'll be curious to see. I think Bama's figured it out though. I think they're clicking. Ty Simpson looks really good. The receivers look really good. They've got some injuries on defense, but I think that they've put it together since that Florida State loss.
Yeah, Vanderbilt has the number 4 scoring offense in FBS at 49 points per game, and they're holding teams to 79.8 yards per game rushing. They're only giving up 17 points per game. Like Vanderbilt, they played 5 games. They went on the road and, obviously Virginia Tech's not what they were, but as you mentioned, they beat South Carolina 31-7. Vanderbilt, they've got belief. Like they've got that rational confidence. I think that 10.5 point line is way too much. Yeah. Give me the Commodores.
I think so. Yeah. And all you have to do is look back to last year. I mean, like Bama wasn't a fluke game. We saw them play against Texas. Like they had Texas sweating towards the end. Texas probably should have won that game by double digits, but they let them stay in it. They beat Auburn last year, I think, on the road. I mean, they're a legit team. They've added in the portal. They got some really talented offensive linemen in the portal. Pavia's back. I mean, they've got Eli Stowers. I mean, they've got guys. So that's certainly one. Bama can't have a hangover from the win over Georgia, or they're gonna get smacked around in that.
Yeah. Hank, from a recruiting standpoint, how did the Texas coaches do? Who did they see during the bye, and what all went down across the nation for Texas recruiting?
Yeah, so I think the biggest storyline last week, obviously the coaches go out on the road. It's kind of hard to track that nowadays. I think a lot of the coaches like to move, and you don't want to know exactly where everyone's going just because then that is another coach going to come in, or is another coach going to use that opportunity to go see it a different day and get more FaceTime later with that kid. So it's kind of like a little chess game with where they go. But, we saw Sark go and see a few guys in the Houston area. We saw him see Jermaine Bishop, obviously Texas's five-star commit, the two-way player at Willis. We saw Sark go out to Georgia. He saw Tyler Atkinson, the 5-star linebacker commit. They saw some other guys out there. I think the rest of the staff was checking in on the commits. Obviously they have 2 bye weeks, so they split it up a little bit. They can't see everybody each week. And then, we see Chris Gilbert out on the road seemingly every week, seeing the rest of their guys. So they were pretty active. And then in terms of like biggest developments last week, Dre Quinn, the edge rusher from Georgia, he decommitted from Clemson. So that's a big note for Texas in terms of, they want to add another edge rusher in this class to join Richie Wesley out of California. Dre Quinn at one point was leaning towards Texas. For a minute we thought he was going to pick Texas, and then Clemson was able to turn that around and get him in their class. He's since decommitted. I think Texas is trending. I know Ohio State is trying to get involved with him now and try to get him on campus this weekend for their game against I forgot who Ohio State's playing. I think Minnesota is who they're playing. And then Tennessee is also involved. He actually visited Tennessee as a Clemson commit, which is like a Dabo Swinney no-no. So I don't think they kicked him out of the class for that, but I think he realized, if he wants to look at other schools, he has to decommit. And that's kind of what Grayson Littleton did last year as well, and then ended up with Texas. So I think we could see that same trajectory with Dre Quinn. He's really close to Alan Clark. I mean, just talking to him last April when he and his parents came out to Austin for the first time, I mean, he was like just taken aback with everything Texas, everything city of Austin. And from that point on, we kind of all had a feeling Texas was the trending team. I think they were, but Clemson was able to pull it out in the end. But now he's back on the market. I think Texas is trending for him.
Hank, great stuff, my man. We
Appreciate
appreciate time. We know you're going 100 miles an hour. Thanks so much. Let's do it
Anytime,
again
man.
next week.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Appreciate
All right,
you,
there
Hank.
he is. Hank South, managing editor, MVP, horns247.com, all kinds of good stuff there. Yeah, Zay, the more I look at Vanderbilt, the more Vanderbilt is scary. Like, they're playing defense now. I mean, last year, I got to give it to Clark Lee. That dude has that team believing. They have that irrational confidence that you need. And I get that they knocked Lenora Sellers out of the game, but still, you beat South Carolina at South Carolina 31-7. Vanderbilt, that's a scary team. Like Texas is going to be, playing them at the end of this 42 days away from DKR. And if Texas is, not focused for that game, they'll lose because Diego Pavia, that dude's a problem. I mean, Texas got up 21. I think they were up 21-10 at halftime of last year's game. And, Quinn had a tip pass interception. Next thing you know, Texas making some bad mistakes, some penalties, and it's a 3-point game. So I think Vanderbilt, I think Alabama's on upset alert this week against Vanderbilt, even at home. And that would be so appropriate for how crazy the SEC has been so far this season. Like we said, some teams have already played 3 SEC games. Texas is just now getting into it. So this is going to be a really interesting game, Vanderbilt and Bama. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, coming off of that high from the Georgia win, if you're Alabama, you're Kalen DeBoer, you're feeling yourself a little bit, especially after that first game loss to Florida State, So they're playing with a lot of momentum. Ty Simpson, he looks good, but that second half wasn't pretty for Alabama against Georgia. Again, it's Georgia, Kirby Smart. He's going to go, fix all the mistakes that his team made in the first half, but they didn't score in that second half, the Crimson Tide. So, if you're Diego Pavia and you feel like the whole world is against you, that's how Vanderbilt sees it. That's how Clark Lee sees it. Pavia was an overlooked guy his whole life, his whole career. His idol, Johnny Football, is apparently going to be at the game on Hater Watch against Alabama. So, yeah, it's very Disney, this game, in a way. You know what I'm saying? Kind of David versus Goliath feel. And that's what happened last year for Alabama. They beat Georgia. They were on the high. They go to Nashville, and Diego Pavia and the Commodores, they hold the ball for 40-something minutes and completely control that game. So I do think Alabama is still going to win, but I definitely think Vanderbilt's going to cover, and this game's going to make Kalen DeBoer sweat a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you come off the high of going into Georgia and winning, and look, Alabama should be sharp. They got embarrassed by Vanderbilt last year. I just think Vanderbilt's a much better football team than they were a year ago, and they're playing a lot better on both sides of the ball. And Clark Lee deserves a lot of credit. After Vanderbilt plays at Alabama, they get LSU at home and then Missouri at home. That's tough. That's a tough stretch. And then they go to Texas. So I think there is they have an off week after this game against Alabama. So Vanderbilt will
win all them games.
Yeah.
With the way they playing. I don't expect them to, but I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be like, oh man, this is a big shocker here that Vanderbilt, with the way they're playing and the confidence that they're playing with, they wouldn't roll through these next 3 games before they met the Longhorns.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, Pavia is something else. He's my dark horse to win the Heisman. We'll see how this.
When was this? Did that happen this week?
Well, I didn't mention that before.
That wasn't a sticky note comment. Speaking of the sticky notes, probably ain't looking too good right about now. But I wasn't you made that take this week.
Do I need to put that on a sticky note?
I mean, it's a little late now. He's still considered a dark horse, though. But all the guys that were considered actual candidates early on, Lagway, Nussmeier, Arch, ain't looking too hot right now. So a lot's changed.
Yeah, Diego.
Which Lagway, man, I was watching that LSU game again. Yo, bro, what are you looking at? Like, wow.
Yeah, if Texas gets that version of Lagway, this will be a romper room special.
Yeah.
But
that Lagway, man, he talked a good talk. He said, oh, man, this offense, if we get rolling, we figure it out. Look out. I'm like, okay, DJ, that's how you feel, bro.
Right. He said, everyone's doubting us. We got a chip on our shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
this is what he said. This is the quote that's been going around that stands out. With them losing the last 3 games and him looking like one of the worst quarterbacks in all of college football, this is what DJ Lagway had to say yesterday. I know the results haven't been good or haven't been looking the way they are for me personally on my plan level, but I feel like every week, every single week, I get better and better, and eventually it's going to pop. And when it pops, it is going to be hard to stop. I will tell you that right now.
Well, he's not predicting it's going to pop this Saturday.
But
when it pops,
there's a chance though. He's come on, man. He ain't saying it, but he's saying it. They were all 11 on 11 this bye week, 1 against 1s. They doing training camp stuff. That's where we are. If we're Florida Gator fans, we're going back to training camp this past week during the bye. That ain't good. That's not good. You never want to go back to training camp. When you play the schedule that they have, I don't think you should be doing 1s versus 1s like that. Every coach is different, but I'm sure Steve Sarkisian wasn't doing much 1s versus 1s these last few weeks, especially with the injuries that this Longhorn team has. I'm sure they had, different types of drills that they did that simulated game-like action to get these guys ready. But, yeah, they were talking about 1s and 1s, 11 on 11. Like, DJ Lagway just needs to see the ball completed in game setting. That's where Billy Napier's at. Like, you thought Arch was down bad? Nah, DJ Lagway, he's been worse than Arch Manning. And I can't wait for this Texas defense to enjoy the fruits off that labor there.
Yeah, this, the weather forecast does call for rain, and leave it to CB, Chris Bennett, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. I was at that game down there in Orlando when George O'Leary and the Central Florida Knights, we got a monsoon right in the middle of that game. And that was kind of let me look at that score. That was closer than it probably should have been for a minute. Yeah, 35-32.
Jeez.
Yikers. Yeah, Texas doesn't need any drama. I thought this was interesting, Zay. Steve Sarkisian, in talking about how Arch needs to get to his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th receivers in the progression. I think the fact that he was talking about that out loud is a good sign, because it shows that he feels like Arch is in a good enough place mentally to be talking about that in public, as opposed to just saying, he'll get back to, he's fine. It felt like it felt like Sarkisian was comfortable with Arch. Now, we don't know. Once he's, we don't know. Quinn loved going on the road, and after the 2022 Oklahoma State game, he handled his business. From that point forward, he won 11 straight true road games. But we gotta see it from Arch. We think we know what he's capable of. We saw it last year, but it was always in a home game. The road game that we've seen is Ohio State, and it was awful in the first half. It got better in the second half, but this Florida defense is no pushover, and we're going to have to see him make plays because Florida's going to throw everything at Texas that they've struggled with.
Yeah, and the rule is still out on this offensive line for Texas. Like, we knew what the offensive line was last year, even though they weren't perfect, i.e. against Georgia both times and against Ohio State in that Cotton Bowl game. Overall, that offensive line was solid with all the experience that they had together. Kelvin Banks, Jake Majors, Hayden Connor, Cam Williams. This offensive line. Did you see
the twists and stunts that Georgia was trying on Alabama?
That's what I'm saying.
Alabama handled it.
Yeah, and they got a really good offensive line. Yeah, they were throwing it to Caden Proctor on the little screens and stuff.
Yeah.
That athletic specimen. That was a crazy play. That's an athlete right there. That's exactly why scouts just foam at the mouth at his talent, because offensive linemen aren't supposed to move that well. But I digress a little bit. This offensive line for Texas, even though the pass protection's been solid overall, at times Arch Manning's got his bell rung to where that can mess with your psyche, man, because now you're like, okay, I go on this play action. When I turn around, I hope a Florida defender's not in my face. And if they are, now you got to improvise, and you still got to try to look up the field to make a play. And we've seen Arch Manning get in trouble when he tries to do that instead of throwing it out of bounds, throwing the check down, taking the sack. So that's what Sark's talking about. Like, hey, man, there's going to be times where the play's not going to go as planned. When that happens, you got to stay calm. With how fast the bullets are flying, you cannot panic, and you cannot force things. But again, watching DJ Lagway film, he's doing the hell out of that. Things start breaking down. DJ Lagway feels like he has to do a play. He just heaves that sucker. And it's like, bro, what you doing?
He's acting like he got Mike Evans out there.
What I'm saying, you ain't got them type of dudes, brother. So the check down is going to be your best friend. That too high safety defense that Rob Roberts likes to throw out there, that explosive play, it ain't going to be there very often. Are you willing to take that intermediate stuff, the check down stuff? And are those guys, your skill players, are they willing to make a guy miss so you can keep those chains moving? You're going to need that. Parker Livingston, you know what I'm saying? James Simon, Christian Clark, Jared Gibson, obviously Ryan Wingo, Jack Endries. I want to see him more involved, kind of like what we saw in that second game of the season against San Jose State. Let's get Jack Endries involved in this game. Like, you might have to be basic. Even though Arch, Sark, nobody likes that. You want to hit the explosive plays, but they might not be there, especially with the weather. So if you can play smart, clean, complimentary football, I like Texas' chances, man. But if they get put into that, oh, we got penalties all the time. Oh, we're missing assignments, blocking the same guy. Our running backs aren't hitting the holes in the right spot. Our wide receivers are not running the right routes. Then it's going to be a game. And Florida's going to feel like they're going to have a chance. They've been playing hard for Billy Napier, even though things have gone way south. And you don't want to take them out early. We talked about it yesterday. Take the life out of them early. If you do that, it could be ugly, but play smart. Just smart, clean football. I might have CB. I might have said starch. That's on me. I got a little excited, carried away. Sometimes the words get mixed up a little bit. Players mess up. It's cool. You know, trying to say Sark and Arch at the same time. It's cool. Players mess up. But yeah, y'all feel me? Like, play smart football, man. Please.
Yeah. Well, play smart football is right. And that's a great point about the offensive line because, everyone's seen the film now. They know that Texas has struggled with the, twist stunts, the line movement, and they, played. They didn't have their starting center for the last game. He's coming back from turf toe, and this is a better pass blocking line than it is a run blocking line, and it's supposed to rain Saturday. So
yeah.
let's see how that all looks.
And even though Cole Hudson's coming back, he hasn't been great.
Right.
Good eye.
Right.
Just like the rest of this offensive line. Like Trevor Goosby's probably been the best one overall. They've all had moments. Stroh's had good moments. Brandon Baker's had good moments. DJ Campbell, Cole Hudson, Neto, Connor Robinson when he filled in, but they've all had bad moments too. So that just, this is a good test for them. Like if that offensive line could get right, man, because I'm nervous about this run game. I think you're really going to need it. And this offensive line with all these young backs, because I don't know how Contrarian Weiser's going to be. You got to think just naturally he's going to have a little rust to him. I get it. He's one of your top leaders in the whole locker room, but the brother is human. I'm not necessarily expecting CJ Baxter. I think that'd be a huge plus if he's able to play. I think it's pretty soon for him to get back over that hamstring injury, especially with his injury history as a whole. But Contrarian Weisner, if he could play, that'd be huge because these three other young backs, Simon, Clark, Gibson, it'll be tough for those guys which they're capable, but for them in their first big-time SEC game as the guys, because I don't really know which one stands out of those three. Let me ask you, out of those three backs that have gotten playing time in the last few weeks with Baxter and Weisner out, which one of those three backs has the upper hand in your opinion out of Simon, Gibson, and Clark?
Well, I would say none of them are. I mean, Christian Clark's been the best blocker, which if you can protect your quarterback, that's a big deal. And it should be a big deal. James Simon has been probably the best in terms of running game production. So I think you'll see Christian Clark, and I think you'll see James Simon, because I'm not sure that Weisner starts this game. Hamstrings are tricky. You're playing in humidity. That can sap that can cause problems. So, I think we'll see Contrarian Weisner, but I don't know that we'll see him start the game. So it'll be interesting. But they've had 2 weeks to coach these guys up, and that's a lot. I expect to see a better football team Saturday afternoon than I've seen.
Yeah.
And if the culture's the way it should be, and Sark's the man on the mission that we think he is, I think we'll see a better football team. And hopefully that also includes an Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th sighting, because they need his blocking and his playmaking. He's got big, strong hands. He holds on to the football. He's tough. His mom won the Heisman for soccer. That means something. But listen to this. This is discouraging. We're talking about the offensive line, okay? As pass blockers, they're, according to Pro Football Focus, they're all all the starters except for Brandon Baker and Cole Hudson are above 70, a grade of 70. 70 and above, you're above average. Okay. Run blocking, you've got Trevor Gooseby and DJ Campbell, who are, Trevor Gooseby's an 80.8. He's money. DJ Campbell's a 70.1. Remember, 70 or higher is above average. Brandon Baker is at 61.7. Cole Hudson's 56.7. And Connor Stroh is 47.4.
Oh.
In run blocking, which is just weird. So I think a lot of that is because teams have been moving the defensive line around, and that's new for Connor Stroh as his first snaps of his Texas career were against Ohio State, and he played pretty well, but Ohio State again played Texas man up. They were not moving their defensive line. They were not twisting. They were not stunting. They played it pretty heads up. Texas hasn't seen that since. So, and again, those are things you do when you're outmanned, when you feel like you don't have the advantage. If you're smaller, lighter, you move to make those big guys move. And I'm going to be real interested to see what Texas majors in terms of gap scheme versus zone runs in this game, because again, you've had 2 weeks to work on the things that you maybe haven't been as good at. And look, Connor Stroh is not the most nimble guy. He's a big, strong guy. He wants to fire off straight ahead, and he wants to catch straight ahead. His lateral quickness is not his thing. So
what's Neto's run grade?
Neto's run grade is 63.1. Like, it's not good. It's Trevor Gooseby, Nick Brooks, who's only played 25 snaps, but he has a 66.7 run blocking grade. DJ Campbell 70.1. Everyone else is below 65. So, but hey, they've had 2 weeks, right, Ronald? They've had 2 weeks. They've had 2 weeks to, get better. That's 10 practices.
That's a lot of practices, Ronald.
A lot of practices,
Ronald. That's a lot, man. That's a Kyle Flood. This is where you make that paper, baby. It's been a big 2 weeks for Kyle Flood, man. We got to get these guys right. That's horrible. Them grades you named off is horrible. I feel Ronald because, Lord. And you would feel better if you had CJ Baxter and Contravian Wisner. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. Like, I know Simon, Gibson, and Clark, they're trying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just they got a long way to go. And they've all flashed. Like Jared Gibson, you didn't mention him, but he flashed against Sam Houston.
Right.
Like, he had some good runs. For him, it's just protecting the ball. Like, he cannot fumble. Oh, man. Every time he runs with that ball being a little.
Hold on. Excuse me. I made a mistake. In pass blocking at running back, your best pass blocking running back is Contravian Wisner, 77.3. Then James Simon, 73.5. And then Christian Clark at 70.8. Jared Gibson is 30.6.
Yo, man, how can you play?
And CJ Baxter is 19.2. Now,
that's weird.
CJ missed a couple. He made a great pickup against Ohio State. He missed against UTEP or against San Jose State. Sorry. What did he go out of the first game? He went out on the first play of
UTEP.
Yeah. So that might not be a big enough. CJ's only played 61 snaps, but Jared Gibson's played 72 snaps, Christian Clark 70. Wisner's only played 41 snaps, and James Simon 46 snaps. I'm telling you, James Simon is – I'd be real interested to see how the carries get dispersed this weekend because obviously CJ Baxter wants to play in this game. He's from Orlando. I mean, he's going to have a bunch of family there. It's an hour and a half from Orlando, Gainesville. But you know, you don't have that special, you know, I mean, we need to see Wisner over an extended period of time. We saw him look good. He averaged 5 yards a carry against Ohio State. You'll take that every time, you know, I mean, 15 carries, 80 yards, but you know, running backs need to have a rhythm. They need to see, you know, defenders and have a bigger sample size. And that's been, you know, that's frustrating for Wisner because that guy wants to rush for 1,000 yards. He wants to be the guy. And
it's supposed to be contract year for him.
Yeah, could be a contract year for him. And, you know, he wants to show that he's got some of that ability, that contact balance and vision and make you miss ability that Jonathan Brooks had that, you know, I'm not going to.
Yeah, don't
leave
say
it to Jonathan.
Yeah, you were about to say Bijan, weren't you?
No, I was going to say Roshan, but even Roshan, you know, we'll leave it at JB. I mean, the run game, what's the identity of the Texas offense right now?
I couldn't even tell you.
It's Arch throwing and running.
Well, yeah.
Like the running game it feels dependent on Arch running, which that's new for Sark. That's breaking tendency for Sark.
That's why it's weird. Like, unfamiliar.
And Arch is going to have to run again. This is a good run defense they're going up against.
Yeah, he's not Tim Tebow. Like, he can't take, like, now
I know.
In the SEC. Like, he can't be taking these hits. Like, this is now, he really has to be strategic about when he runs the ball, when to get down, when to get out of bounds so he could live to play another down. Because, you know, before I understood it, I understood lowering your shoulder, fighting for extra yards. Your team needed to see that with how inaccurate he's been throwing the football. But now getting into this game, it's going to be physical, you know, and they're going to need him. They're going to need him to use his legs, but just those timely plays, he's going to have to be really smart about it.
Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you look at the here's some crazy stuff. By the way, Diego Pavia leads the SEC in pass efficiency. 13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Ty Simpson's now at 11 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Arch is at 9 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. And well, if Arch can build off of what he did at the end of the UTEP game when he was 7 of 10, hit Ryan Wingo 3 times, 1 for a touchdown. Because listen to this. Arch and Wingo have now connected 7 times for 125 yards and 3 touchdowns in the last 2 games. You'll take that. Those are the numbers you're looking for. I mean, you'd love to have that all happen in one game, but the way that Texas spreads the ball around, I mean, if you go back to 2021, they zeroed in on Xavier Worthy so much. You had some games like that where it was Worthy. I mean, remember the OU game? He had over 200 yards receiving. And look, if Ryan Wingo's getting confident, comfortable, and feeling it in terms of his route running and separation, because the thing about Wingo is the little details are not there yet. And if they get there and he's got that stutter step at the top of his route to get that separation, okay, it hasn't been sharp enough yet. And that's where he's got to take the next step. I mean, you can argue Parker Livingston's got a better, and Parker Livingston's not great. DeAndre Moore's got the best release of the receivers.
Yeah, you tried to climb my man Parker Livingston when he ran that quick slant against, who was that? San Jose State red zone. You tried to clown his release game. I thought that was a nice little pitter-patter step.
What you mean?
Yeah, what you mean?
What I clown?
I don't know. You were trying to say you didn't get much separation. I remember that week. We came in on Monday. You were like, I mean, it was a decent route. I was like, please, man. Parker Livingston, he put it on him. He got them feet chopping.
I'm not even sure what you're.
The second touchdown he had after the 83-yarder. They come back the next play. I don't know who got the interception. Maybe it was the Jalen Gilbo interception off the tip pass. But it was when they just kept scoring against San Jose State. The next play, Parker Livingston, quick slant, red zone play, couldn't have been more than 10 yards. And he had the man one-on-one. And he had to get him.
Clown him.
You said it wasn't as,
I said it wasn't a sharp route. I mean, it wasn't a sharp cut. It wasn't like he had a great move at the top of the route. He just, caught the guy leaning and went inside. That's good.
That's all you need. You try
That's
to
all you
make
need.
things, simplify things.
I'm, and he's young.
Too much Amon-Ra St. Brown, man. That's
Amon-Ra, man. He spoiled me. That dude just makes people look silly.
Yeah, you're comparing these guys to the best in the world. If you watch every snap of the Lions and you see what Amon-Ra's doing every freaking play, then yes, it's not like that. But that's what they're striving for,
Yeah, how do you feel about this? Tim Tebow, the SEC game day is going to be in Gainesville. Tim Tebow is going to be at the Swamp. Is he going to talk to the team before the game?
I mean, they probably could use it. He was a legend with his speeches, man. His motivation.
They have his halftime speech. I can't wait. It's on a plaque somewhere at the Swamp. The halftime speech, or no, the post-game speech after they lost to Ole Miss, and he's like, "No one will ever outwork me." And then they went undefeated and won the national championship.
Yeah,
that's somewhere. Like, can we get a plaque at the Dish for Austin Wood pitching 12 and a third innings of no-hit relief in a 24-inning game, for God's sake? I mean, that was one of the greatest pitching performances I've ever seen. 12 and a third, no-hit relief? The guy put it all out there. Augie let him throw 100 and some pitches in relief.
What's that have to do with Tim Tebow? You lost me.
Well, he got a plaque. Tebow got a plaque. Now I get it.
What?
Austin Wood. Wait, I need some commemoration of that performance of Austin Wood at the Dish.
Tebow got a plaque for the speech, for the Ole Miss speech.
Yeah, Tebow got a plaque for the Ole Miss speech. It's at the Swamp. It's up where everyone can see it and read it. I'll go find it, take a picture of it, bring it back for us. I need some commemoration. I'm jumping from football to baseball here, but Tebow got a plaque. I think Austin Wood deserves a plaque. Something.
And they won it all that year with Augie?
No.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, they won. It was a postseason game, 24 innings against Boston College. What do you want?
No, I mean, that's dope and all, but yeah, I think that speech that Tebow had, which as CB said, it's overrated. I remember it. I don't remember what he said. I remember him crying and stuff, real dramatic. But since they won the championship after that,
Whatever.
Black. I get it.
I'm just trying to say.
No, I get it. It took me a while to figure out where you were going. But
Yeah, sorry. I jumped around. I jumped around
a little bit.
I went from sport to sport.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm a little slow. So
my man, Austin Wood, he was, he gave it all for the Horns that night. Yeah. Thank you, CB. Yeah, Texas made the national championship series in 2009. So they were pretty good. But what are you going to do? Yeah.
Okay. Nah,
at that time.
Worthy there.
All right. Let's get a couple mentions in here. We'll get going towards the commentary. Hey, guys, if you are snoring, take advantage of this incredible partnership we have with the Sleep Cycle Center. If you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue. Sleep apnea. Sleep apnea killed Reggie White, the Pro Bowl, Super Bowl champion defensive end. It also killed the father of Dr. Chad Denman, who founded the Sleep Cycle Center and has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. Here's the deal. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Practically give it away because Dr. Chad wants to make sure that you're getting diagnosed properly. And Dr. Chad has the best technology for your sleep study. It's going to monitor how much oxygen you're getting, how much deep sleep you're getting, how many times you're waking up throughout the night, because you don't know these things because you're sleeping. So this sleep study is important. If you snore and you know you do, then do this. It's worth getting the information. And Dr. Chad has the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have. Mouth guard holds my lower jaw open while I sleep so I get that oxygen, to surgery. Get the information. Thanks to this great partnership that we have. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there's only one call to make in Austin, Texas, and that is to audio-visual consultations. Our man Tom McKay, great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered, huge hockey guy, an all-around funny smartass. We love Tom. He wants you to make better use of your time than lugging 80-inch TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall, when he's going to bring you the best price on big screens. Let him and his crew bring everything to you. It's real simple. You want that, man cave, the media room, the surround sound, the works. He's got you covered. He can even handle surveillance for you, electronic shades, new lighting, avconsultations.com, or just make the phone call 255-8678. And you'll see some of those AV consultations, big screens over at Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. Happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30, the $7 social hour menu. You got baseball going on. How about those Detroit Tigers, huh? Look at that. They're bouncing back. They beat the Guardians today, 2-1. My man Scooble got it done. But you got MLB playoffs. Of course, you got Thursday night football. You got every reason to go in to Cover 3 with your buddies. Great food, great service, great vibe. I always say it's the best place to hang out with your homies and check out your favorite team. Make your reservations for Saturday's game, Texas game against Florida. It'll be a big old party in there at Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. All right, Zay. I'm looking at this. Well, first of all, a comment on the Detroit Tigers. for getting it done against the Cleveland Guardians. The Tigers were part of one of the biggest collapses in Major League Baseball history. Had a 15-game lead on the Guardians and ended up losing the division to the Guardians, which is just terrible. But here they are, getting after it. In the wild card series, Detroit now up 1-0. They'll play again tomorrow at noon. You'll have Casey Mize and Tanner Bibby. And they're in Cleveland, so you're just, hoping that if you're a Tigers fan, you're hoping that they can, get this thing worked out here. They don't mess around in these wild card series. Right now, you've got San Diego and Chicago getting after it. But hey, Tigers, I can't predict them. But if they weren't going to win with Scooble on the mound, then they were not going to win anything. We'll see if they can suck it up and get this thing done. But
go Reds.
Go Reds. Look at you.
Reds.
Where this is all because you just spent some time in Cincinnati?
That's exactly why. That's the only reason why. I hope the Reds are better than their chili. I know that, damn it. Man, horrible. But Bengals though. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the.
Oh yeah, you went 0-6.
Oh, my goodness, man! It can't be that bad. I told you about Jake Browning. Are you now on my side?
I was like, give him a chance. Forget it. It's over.
You can't give somebody like that a chance, man. I saw you have T. Higgins. You got Jamar Chase. It's not like you're throwing to Scrub Magoo out there.
You're not throwing to Scrub Magoo.
Come on, Jake, but hit up Russell Wilson. At least Russell gonna come in there and do some weird stuff, but I'll take Russell over Jake Browning. You know what I'm saying? Kirk Cousins, what's he doing?
Yeah, the Broncos beat the Bengals 28-3.
Lord.
And I think, did the Bengals score first? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
28 unanswered.
Oh, man.
28 unanswered.
Shout out to my man, John A. Barron, locking that stuff up on the outside. Yeah, you got T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. I don't care who's quarterback. They were locking
Jake Browning was 14 of 25 for 125 yards passing.
Get him out of here.
Bo Nix, 29 of 42 for 326 yards passing. How about my man, J.K. Dobbins, getting it done for the Broncos?
LaGrange legend.
Of course, Cortland Sutton, SMU, 5 catches for 81 yards and a touchdown. But yeah, I went 2-4 in the picks. Zay went 0-6.
Only up from here.
Yeah, right now we'll call them the go the other ways.
Yo, I didn't feel good about any of the games I picked.
Yeah.
Not one of them.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I'm picking Vanderbilt plus 10.5 at Alabama.
That line has to move, man.
Well, let's see.
No way.
Huh?
Ain't no way, man. Todd Simpson's nice, but come on. What they disrespecting my man Diego Pavia for?
Right. Let's see what that line is now. Has it moved? Nope, 10.5. It opened at 11.5. Now it's 10.5. Texas opened as a 7.5 point favorite. It is dropped to 6.5. So there is some movement, but not right now. It's still 10.5. Here's the thing. This thing sets up for Texas. If Texas is who we think they are, because I asked you, what do you think Texas's SEC record is going to be? What'd you tell me?
6-2.
6-2. Does 9-3 get Texas into the playoff?
I don't think so.
Because Miami? Miami the best team in the country? Is Ohio State? Julian Sayin is good, but he's not tearing it up. And Ohio State running the football, like, I don't know that they've got the run offense to go with that defense. I mean, Ohio State's run defense are giving up 181 yards on the ground. Or sorry, they're rushing for 181 yards. So, if they can continue that when they start playing real football teams again, man, the Washington Huskies, yikes. They
So bad.
that was bad. I was
Really,
like,
folks were acting like that was going to be a game. I'm like, ain't going to be no game. I shouldn't have put money down on that one. Because I knew they weren't going to cover.
well, the line was like 24 and a half.
It wasn't that high.
Wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was that high. I think it was single digits, to be honest.
Oh, geez.
I think Vegas thought that was actually going to be a game.
Man. Yeah, that was awful. All right, so this week's games. You've got Kentucky at Georgia. Okay, here's the one I was fascinated by. Iowa State is at your Cincinnati Bearcats. And Cincinnati is favored by 1.5.
Let's go.
What is going on there?
Let's Bearcats, baby.
Vegas is up to something.
Yeah, they don't care about Rocco Beck, Matt Campbell. They don't care about that. How good they've been playing. They don't care.
They don't care.
Yeah. That was a huge win for them Bearcats against Kansas. Huge win. Jaden Daniels get their ass up too. But them Bearcats pulled through at the end. That way, Bearcats.
Man. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Vegas, what they know about Cincinnati or Iowa State for that matter that we don't know. Cincinnati, a 1.5 point favorite at home against Iowa State. Picking on my man, Rocco Beck. Dabo Sweeney is at Bill Belichick.
Jeez.
And Clemson is a 13.5 point favorite. That's an 11 a.m. game. Penn State is at UCLA, at Nico Iamaleava. Penn State is favored by 25.5. Man.
It's a long way to travel.
Long way to travel after having your heart ripped out. Notre Dame is at home against Boise. This is the soft part of Notre Dame's schedule now. How about this? Syracuse is at SMU. SMU is favored by 17.5.
Yeah, Syracuse got curb stomped the other day. Like, they got drove. I don't know who they lost to, but it was ugly. Especially after that win against Clemson. They must have partied all week. Because
Syracuse got curb stomped by Duke.
Yeah.
At home,
Yeah.
38-3.
Oh, man. Damn, Fran.
Fran,
Did y'all even go to practice last week?
man.
That's
Miami, the Hurricanes are at Florida State.
It's a big game.
Big game, 6:30 on ABC. Is that where game day is?
Nah, ain't game day in Tuscaloosa.
Are they? Okay.
I think so.
Yep, you're right. Tuscaloosa for Vanderbilt at Bama.
If Texas wins, where do you think game day is going to be the following week? Because that game, they're battling with Indiana, Oregon, which I don't know. I love Red River, but if John Mateer ain't playing, then I'm going to have to make that trip. If I'm game day, that's a big time game. Indiana, Oregon, huge. I think the winner of that game goes to Indianapolis, in my opinion.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that's a 2:30 game as well, right up against Red River. That'll be, well, it depends on how Arch looks, right? I mean, if this Texas offense obliterates Florida, maybe they say, yeah, we go out to the West Coast, we got to get up at 4 a.m. to do game day. If we go to Dallas, we're straight. But that's also a headache, setting up game day in the middle of the state fair.
They've done it before.
Yeah, they can handle it.
They can handle it.
They can handle it.
First rodeo.
All right, so this week's slate of games is, Miami, Florida State is big time, and Vanderbilt, Alabama. Give me Vanderbilt to cover. I think Miami can make a statement that they're the best team in the country with a win at Florida State. Ohio State's been sitting up there, but I don't know that Ohio State is the best team in the country.
Yeah. I mean, Florida State, their offense, they're still the number one scoring offense in all of college football. But that loss to Virginia, I don't even know if I could put Miami up there if they go to Florida State and win that game. Like, I get it with the way that Alabama's playing. That Florida State still seems solid, but Miami, hey, they're taking care of business. Like, it ain't their fault that Florida State lost. It's not their fault that Notre Dame might not be as good as we thought they were. Also lost to A&M. I think A&M's good too, but A&M didn't look good this past weekend against Auburn. That's what I'm saying. There's no clear-cut dominant team. Teams have flashes of dominance, then they have flashes of being mediocre. We're only in week 5 coming up. So, that's good if you're a Texas fan. Like, you feel good about that. That, okay, there are a lot of these teams have flaws too. And Sark talked about that, which I appreciated when Sark talked about, a lot of these guys. I'll talk about Arch Manning and everything that he has riding on him. Sark talked about he saw a lot of guys, college football, that had a lot of expectations put on them that aren't living up to the standard that everybody thought they were going to be. Drew Aller, Garrett Nussmeier, Cade Klubnik, all these big-time guys that we thought were going to be or still could be, but seem like shoo-in first-round picks in the 2026 draft, struggling right now. So if you're a Texas fan and you're Texas, you feel good that, hey, you could turn it around. With this defense, you could be anybody any given Saturday.
Here's one more little nugget. And we know Texas has had an issue with penalties. And they're averaging 78 yards per game in penalties, which is awful. Penn State, Iowa State and Oregon. Iowa State's only getting penalized 22.6 yards per game. My Big 12 champions. Indiana is only being penalized 30 yards per game. Oregon's only being penalized 27.6 yards per game. You've got to factor that in when you're considering who's the best team. Ohio State's only being penalized 35 yards per game. Georgia, 36.5 yards per game. Texas, 78 yards per game. That has got to change, especially going on the road Saturday. All right.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. First, got to give a shout out to Covert BK. They're the best in the business, been doing it for over 100 years. We love our Covert BK, Buick Encore GX. It's absolutely amazing. And if you don't want to take my word for how great Covert BK is, listen to these great people of Covert BK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Ship. I gotta throw up a picture for you. I think you'll like, based off of the right call yesterday. See, you tried to put it on me like I'm the one that made up the story that Dan Lanning might have a little sniff issue. It is not me. I am following suit of everyone else around the country that saw Dan Lanning losing his mind after his Ducks beat up on the Nifty Lions at State College this past Saturday night. But y'all who aren't watching on the YouTube channel, listening on the app, I'm showing Chip a meme that somebody made up of Dan Lanning preparing the game plan for Indiana, and it's just Dan Lanning's face photoshopped on Tony Montana when Tony was crashing out at the end of Scarface, and he had the pile of cocaine around him. So, yeah, I thought you'd get a kick out of that based on what the right call was yesterday, because I'm not the only one.
I like it when you can cite these memes. I just don't want you saying something that Dan Lanning, allegedly looked like.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's all speculation. I really
trying to keep you out of harm's way.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, but I feel like Dan should be coming at a lot of folks. Shouldn't be worried about me. I didn't make this meme.
Right.
I'm saying I didn't create this.
That was from Commodore Irish.
Yeah. Which is hilarious, man. Like, come on. I think Dan Lanning is just a very excited, flamboyant guy. That's all. Yeah, very enthusiastic.
And that was a very intense interview.
Very intense
post-game interview.
Yeah, exactly. That jaw was moving like crazy. Got to control that jaw, Dan. Just control that jaw, baby. All right. So I don't know if you've heard
off this week.
I think so. Yeah. So I don't know if you've heard about the AJ Brown situation, because apparently AJ Brown is a little disgruntled that he's not getting many touches. I don't think his stats were very good against the Bucks. this past weekend, even though, Chip, they won the game. They just came off of a Super Bowl victory the year prior, and then in a brand new season where they're not going to sneak up on anybody, they're going to get their best shot from everybody because they're the defending Super Bowl champs. The Eagles start off the season 4-0. Yet, here we are. A.J. Brown, who went 2 catches, 7 yards this past Sunday against the Buccaneers. A.J. Brown apparently isn't happy about his lack of production that he's given out there, which I don't know how true this is. I haven't heard A.J. Brown speak out about it, really. I don't think he can speak out about it. I don't know how true this is. This is a story, though, that's flying around Philadelphia and now national media. And, this is one of those things, if you're A.J. Brown, I'm telling the franchise, I'm telling the coaching staff, if A.J. Brown wants to do the right thing, and I'm squashing any of these rumors. Because you know what, A.J.? You're on a Super Bowl champion team. People are talking about trade rumors with this guy. Talking about maybe him and Jalen Hurts are on best terms. Bro, do you want to win or not? And Chip, I'm sure you've seen plenty of guys that they think different. They feel like if they've won already, bam, check mark, accomplished. If I don't win again, I'm cool. Let me pat these stats. Let me see how much extra I could get in bonuses depending on how well I do. I go for over 1,000 yards, I might get a extra 600,000, extra mil. I go for a certain amount of catches, I might get an extra mil on top of that. I understand the game. I get it. I get wanting those goals and things like that. But, bro, you're on a championship team. There's so many guys. Think about Calvin Johnson, who never had the luxury of that. Larry Fitzgerald, who got close but never was able to hoist up that Vince Lombardi trophy. All these guys that I consider better than A.J. Brown, they haven't got to the mountaintop, but A.J. Brown has. And now apparently he's bitching when a team go off of a Super Bowl title about his production. Give me a break, man. Come on.
He was targeted 9 times against the Buccaneers, and he caught 2 for 7 yards. And no other Eagles pass catcher had more than 4 targets against Tampa Bay. So he was targeted 9 times. He caught 2 for 7 yards. And then after the game, he posted on social media a Bible verse, Mark 6:11, quote, "If you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene, shrug your shoulders and be on your way." And Eagles fans pounced all over him for posting that after a win.
That's dramatic, man. Why are you being dramatic? You know what you're doing? Now he's going to say, oh, I wasn't even talking about that with that verse. That's what he has to say. That's not what I was talking about. AJ, we know what game you're playing. You're not dumb, bro. You're not dumb. We know what game you're playing. But that, what I'm confused about is when has winning not become enough? That's what I'm confused about. Now, I saw Chad Ochocinco. He does that show with Shannon Sharp and stuff. Ochocinco, which isn't the best person to justify it at all. I love Ochocinco. I thought he was a terrific wide receiver. But in this case specifically, he ain't the one that should be going to bat for A.J. Brown, knowing his history as a teammate and what he was for that Cincinnati Bengals franchise. Hell of a player, but he was a head case and a problem at times. And Ocho was trying to justify it by saying, man, you work so hard for these reps. You just want to be involved. You want to be engaged. It means something to him. And it's if it meant something to him, then it should mean a lot for maybe some of these other guys who thrived to get love and get the respect. A.J. Brown, you're one of the best receivers in the league. So you're going to get a lot of attention. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like when these defensive coordinators come in and they make a game plan, I feel like A.J. Brown is probably talked about a little bit. I don't know. Like, I'm not Bill Walsh, but I feel like that's a thing. I don't know. But these other guys, you're 4-0, bruh. Like, it'll come around. It's week 5 coming up or week 4 coming up, whatever. Like, I can't just, these guys, these athletes, man, that's, maybe I'm turning into the get off my lawn guy, but that's sad. That's sad. If that's really a problem, if A.J. Brown really has a problem with Philadelphia and his production right now, that is legitimately sad. Let's get to Open Gym.
Let's bring in the fellas, Patrick and Matt.
What's up, guys?
Just having some quality conversation about A.J. Brown and his Bible verses.
My former Reb. Yeah, he's on my fantasy team too, and I got to say I'm pretty pissed about his production as well. So I'm 1-3, and all 3 games are the games that AJ just did absolutely nothing. So here we are.
Well, yeah, I know how fantasy football can cloud every perspective. So
yeah, I was telling Matt yesterday that we've gotten that the Eagles are this year's Chiefs and a team that does not deserve to be 4-0 at all. Like, do not deserve it at all. They are one of the worst defensive teams, one of the worst offensive teams, and they are 4-0. They're ranked 22 on offense and 30th on defense, and they're 4-0.
Yeah, my boy Andrew Matuba getting touched up a little bit.
It's crazy. Like, they're not playing well. And so now people are trying to give Nick Sirianni credit that somehow he's winning with all this. Like, I don't know what it is, but they're finding a way to win so far.
Man, let's see. Who do they play? Who do they play this upcoming week? See if Matt's going to get some AJ. Oh, Denver comes to town.
Yeah, I'm benching him this week.
Understand?
I have to, man. It's rough. And if one of those 4-0 game, those that 4-0 streak is that first one's against Cowboys, that doesn't count. So
yeah. All right, fellas. Have a great show.
Later,
Appreciate
guys.
y'all.
See y'all tomorrow. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328 or on the chat here on Facebook, Twitch, X, and, of course, on YouTube. Got a guest on today, 4:30. We will have on Zach Goodall from SOMP 24/7, getting ready to talk about some Florida Gators football and start to get the preview ready for that for the big game this weekend. It's ready to go. TV says, I saw Matt go off on someone on Twitter earlier today. I think I might have seen that as well. If it was the person who was finding another way to be a victim in this world by, well, clearly everyone else has every advantage, and my team are put on the back burner. It's not fair that Texas has not played a conference game, and they'll have to go through a ringer and don't get an easy game late in the season. That's not fair that they don't schedule themselves a BS non-conference later in the season.
Yeah, I mean, I know Texas played the number 1 team in the country, but that doesn't count as a tough game because it's not SEC football.
No.
And now they've got, 4 straight games away from home against SEC teams, and they only get 3 SEC home games.
Yeah.
And one of those games is against 5-0, ranked number 16 in the country, Vanderbilt. And one of those teams is against 5-0, ranked number 6 in the country, Texas A&M. It's the easiest schedule of all time, Patrick. I don't know what people are talking about. Texas is definitely has the SEC over a barrel right now and is controlling everything.
Yes. No, everyone else in the SEC is a victim. They're a victim of Texas, and that is the reason why.
Yeah.
Also,
Ole Miss has had such a tough road so far that they had to play Arkansas and Kentucky at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, man, I know they got LSU, but that Arkansas and Kentucky game, that was real SEC football, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I believe the theory was, well, they've gotten all the tune-ups out of the way, so they'll be better when they get into SEC play than these other teams who had to play SEC teams a week earlier or 2 weeks earlier. It was not
tune-up against Ohio State, man.
it was not necessarily the best thought out way, but it's just another way that when we get on Twitter and everybody has to go in and say, no, my life is harder than your life. And that's the reason why we have not succeeded to the level you have. Things are easier for you. Is the standard operating procedure of social media.
Yeah, he was a Tennessee fan, and I think he's just still a little butthurt that they had to go to overtime with Mississippi State.
Yeah, when you're like, we have to play Mississippi State, though. So I'm guessing it's an easy game when they play us, but it was a hard game when they played them.
Yeah.
That's normally how those things go.
Yeah.
Like when the Aggies said that.
Because by the time Mississippi State gets to Austin, they're going to be beat up. They're going to have given up.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the same football team.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's like the Aggies saying that that Texas was lucky to play the backup quarterback last year. Also, their backup quarterback last year should be a Heisman finalist this year. Those two things together. Sound logic there, Matt. Sound logic.
It's impeccable logic, honestly.
To kick off the show, Billy Lucci was first reply on that person's tweet you're talking about. Of course he was. Of course he was. Oh man.
Maybe we'll get Billy on one of these days.
Oh man.
A&M week
seems like that'll be a lot of fun to get Billy on.
Comments would be amazing.
Yeah, just feel like, how does it feel to be a liar?
I didn't say that.
I'm just saying what the comments will say. I'm not saying it. I'm just saying what the comments will say. We did see earlier today, Matt, Bo Ogden did make his commitment official to the University of Texas. 6'5", 4-star combo guard wing out of Westlake now. Is of course the son of Texas general manager Chris Ogden. He comes in, and this was one that you figured was going to go Texas' way. It was one that if it didn't go Texas' way, I don't blame Bo Ogden if he didn't go that way, but I would blame Chris Ogden and be like, we need better recruiting. Because this seems like a home run. This is a kid that I have seen when I was working the Texas games be at every single Texas game at the Moody Center since it's opened. So I was assuming that he would probably want to be part of that tradition. Kevin Durant posted a great picture of him as like not a baby, but a toddler sitting with Kevin Durant in the burnt orange. So we saw that. The thing you get with Bo Ogden, he is a really great shooter. That is something you get out of him. Something that Texas kind of lacked for a while now is getting that really good shooter. He shot 46% from behind the arc last year as a junior. That's a solid number. It was even better unguarded. He was just knocking him down. He's not a guy that's going to be overly athletic for you, but he's just been around basketball his entire life. His dad was a really good player for Texas and then became a coach. He's just been around it the whole time. He's a crafty player. He knows how to get to the free throw line. So even if that shot's not falling, he does know how to get there. He's a really good rebounder from the perimeter as well. So you don't expect him to play a ton early because that's not necessarily what happens in today's college basketball, but you do expect him to kind of get worked in, and when that shot starts falling at a college level and he's able to play defense at a college level, then you'll see him get in that lineup and play some solid minutes.
Yeah, I mean, big pickup. He seems like a really smooth player as well, which, I feel like he's going to fit in pretty well with Sean Miller's offensive system and the way that they like to run and those kinds of things. It's always good to get a legacy recruit, It's always good. You hate to see, like with Jalen Lott, a guy that was a Texas legacy. I think it was Jalen Lott. Maybe I'm mistaking him for somebody else. Ends up committing to Oregon. It's always a little bit more of a blow when you got a Texas legacy to go somewhere else. And I feel like that was kind of a ceremonial top three. You kind of have to have a top three.
And you want to go visit.
Popcorn.
You want to go visit everywhere. You do want to take it all in. We know Tennessee, Rick Barnes, his dad has a great connection with Rick Barnes. His dad coached under Rick Barnes, played under Rick Barnes. So, I get that one being on there. The Purdue one was a little bit more surprising. I thought maybe it would be Ole Miss because Chris Beard, because that's another family friend to the Ogden. Maybe that would be it. But Purdue is a hell of a program. So, to be able to say you're being recruited by Purdue is also a really cool thing. But yeah, it felt ceremonial, but you never know. You never know in recruiting. So we saw that today. I wanted to give you some other names to keep an eye out for in Texas recruiting. I'd say if we get one of these guys, that's probably where we're going to be at in basketball recruiting. It's really hard to pull in, 3 or 4 recruits. You probably don't want to do it that often because you're not going to play them. They're going to end up transferring out. So you usually try and get, the plan has been for Texas, at least in the past few years. Maybe it'll be different with Sean Miller. You want to get 2 to 3 guys, 2 guys that you feel are really good there, maybe one project kind of guy you get in there, 2 to 3, and then go through the transfer portal and build up your roster so you can go compete the next season. So there's a few names I have here of some other names that are interested in Texas who have already visited Texas or are about to visit Texas and are in the conversation. They're in their world right now, and some of the better ones. Now, there's several other guys that Texas has offered, several other guys that Texas is talking to. These are kind of the bigger names of that, and the ones that also feel closer. So there are some 3-star guys that I'm not going to put in here who may be amazing players, who may get a growth spurt or something else. All of that may be in there. Anthony Thompson, we'll start off with, is an interesting name. He is 6'8". He is a 6'8" lefty forward with a 7'3" wingspan. He's a 5-star out of Lebanon, Ohio. And why that's interesting where he's from, Lebanon, Ohio, is that is about 30 miles away from Xavier. So I'm assuming that there might be some sort of connection to Sean Miller of some camp or something where they may know each other already in some sense before the recruiting process began, because of his time in Xavier, which gives you a little bit more of a leg up on a 5-star there. He was in town September 19th. He has a really crazy shot when you watch some of his footage. He basically shoots it with his arms back and a 7'3" wingspan and jumping at the peak of it. It's almost a Dirk-esque shot, but not quite a fadeaway, but it's an extremely hard shot to block. He shoots it at a pretty good clip, too. He shot almost 40% from behind the three-point line. So that's like he's there. Athleticism, size, everything seems to fit. His big critique that they've seen so far is that he doesn't seem fully invested. It seems like it's hard to keep him fully invested in a game. So there's times where he lacks on offense, lacks on defense, and doesn't move around or isn't the right spot. Very fixable thing once you get into college, and it steps up to another level. But that's a name you should look out for, Anthony Thompson. Austin Gooseby, the brother of Trevor Gooseby, is another one from Melissa, Texas. He's 6'5", 4-star combo guard. He's got a 6'9" wingspan, so another one of those guys with a big wingspan. He's one of those guys that is just is a guard who may be able to be a point guard for you at some points too. He's pretty smooth with the ball, high basketball IQ, good feel for the game, seems to be in the right place at the right time a lot. He's not really elite at any one thing, but he does a lot of things well. So he can be a defender. He's one of those guys that you can play in a game and feel good about it. And as he develops 1 or 2 skills, he'll be able to get there for you. But another name, this is a name that throws in with Trevor Gooseby already being on campus that maybe you have somewhat of more of an inside track for.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about the Austin Gooseby one, obviously because of the Trevor Gooseby connection, but he just seems like the kind of player that Sean Miller would want, that can do everything well. So I think that would be huge. I think that about the Thompson kid, the keeping him interested in the game, I feel like that's just a high school thing. Like I think you hit it right on the head. Like once you get to college and you get a coach like Sean Miller, kind of coaching you up a little bit, that stuff's all going to kind of fade away and become a distant memory. So, both guys, it sounds great. I saw that they got an official visit scheduled with another recruit as well. So it seems like he's hitting the trail hard for the 26 class.
No,
which is good.
he is. And the mental stuff is a lot easier to fix, especially when you're young in college, because you find yourself back on the bench very, very quickly. So, hey, you missed your assignment. Cool. You're not interested? Watch the game. It's, if you're only playing 7 minutes, you usually are interested for all 7 of them. It's when you're playing in high school and, you may be up by a bunch and you're just kind of like, all right, I'm good. And I'm just kind of zoning out on defense at times and not fully clicked in. Another name for you, Maximo Adams is a name, guy from California, 6'7". He's a 4-star, 5-star guy, can play both forward positions. He's a mid-range guy, can get around the basket as well. So he can play both wings, but he's probably going to play more inside the 3-point line. And because he's a really good rebounder as well, has some good footwork in the post, you probably want to play him more at a 4. Alongside another power forward there is Cameron Holmes, 6'6", 4-star from Arizona. He'll be coming in October 13th, I believe. He's a lefty wing, another lefty there. Sean Miller likes his lefties. He does enjoy his lefties. He's solid in both offense and defense. Another guy, good basketball IQ guy there for Cameron Holmes. And the last name I'll throw out there for you, another Arizona guy. Remember, Sean Miller also coached at Arizona, so he has a lot of ties in the Arizona area as well, is Cameron Williams, who's a 5-star there out of Phoenix. He's already 6'11" in shoes. He is more of a project guy. At a 5-star, you don't normally hear 5-star project, but you look at him and just go, this guy's going to be a really good basketball player. But he's only 200 pounds at 6'11" right now. And so he's got to put on some more size to be able to play inside a little bit more, especially at the college game. He can move well. He has great, vision for protecting the rim. He can, score inside as well, rebound really well. But he just needs to put some more weight on his body because the older guys will bump him around for his freshman season if he's only about 200, 210, 215. But a couple years in a Texas weight room, and he would be able to be a big, big impact. So a couple more names there for you. There's about 5 more names that you can keep an eye on, and we'll just see. It's still a long ways to go before all these people have to commit. A lot of them have not really whittled it down. I think Bo Ogden was a little bit earlier. Now, a lot of guys have already committed too. I think Bo Ogden, because his dad was a general manager, maybe was persuaded to make that decision a little bit quicker than waiting on it for too long. Let's just go ahead and make it. Take all of it out of it. Let's enjoy your senior year at Westlake and play some basketball and get ready to go. Because also you're now going to be able to come to the UT games as a committed prospect, as opposed to maybe the rules might be slightly different coming to the games. I don't know what the rules are. If your dad works for the program and you have season tickets, because he has his family has season tickets, but I don't know, as a prospect and now he's there, I don't know if there changes that. I'm guessing that all plays into it somewhat though, to just be like, it's gonna be weird when you're at the game and you aren't signed yet.
Yeah. I mean, Sean Miller's off to a good start so far. It seems like he's really, really buying into the recruiting at Texas. And I hope they sign 3 to 4 guys. I know that's not necessarily realistic, maybe 2 to 3, but I like the idea of continuity. Like Purdue has done that really well, having a lot of guys that have been in the program for a long time. I hope that's the direction that Texas eventually takes. Maybe it might take a couple years to get to that point, or maybe it'll never happen because of the current landscape of college basketball where you get to transfer every 5 minutes. But I hope that's the direction he goes, because I think that's the best way to develop sustained success at any program.
No, 100, and that's kind of the concept is you want to bring in 2 to 3 guys, and that you go, we'll probably only keep one of these guys for 3 years. And the way the transfer portal is, the way people, if they do really well, want to go pro already. If we bring in 2 to 3, if we could bring in a one and done, ideally, if you're a big time school, you want to bring in at least one and done. You want to bring in at least one project guy, and you want to bring in at least one guy you feel is going to be there for 3 to 4 years. That would be every year. If you're able to keep that rotation going, then you will be a consistently good program, and you can go on the other side and fill in your roster on the transfer portal. I don't know if Texas is there recruiting wise yet, because a lot of these names I mentioned are also being recruited by Duke and being recruited by North Carolina or Purdue or these other schools where they're, you don't not listen to those guys as well. So it is there's a lot of pieces that go into it. The fact with the new rules, the scholarship numbers go up for you in basketball as well. You basically scholarship your whole roster now, so you can bring in some more scholarships. You don't have to necessarily be on the world of like, okay, well, if we offer this guy, we can't get a transfer. You can now bring in that recruit and get the transfer as well. Now, NIL-wise, that becomes more difficult. Revenue sharing-wise, all of those pieces, you have to figure that stuff out. But I think that's kind of the big question now is where's your budget going to recruiting, which means not, this year you're already ready, but then you go next year and you're like, well, a lot of our bigger names will be gone next year. So, you have to go out of the transfer portal and try and get yourself some more names in the transfer portal next season. You need to have budget to do that. All those pieces of what Texas got to put together to get this program where it wants to be. But you do get somebody today in Bo Ogden who is going to be a piece of that going forward that you do hope is a 3 to 4 year player for you. That is somebody that can come in and by the end of his Texas career be somebody that is thought of as like one of the best sharpshooters in Texas basketball history.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. I wonder what his NIL package is going to be.
I mean,
with that as the GM, it's
you figure for just actual name, image, and likeness, you can run the NIL package with him and his dad as legacy Longhorns. You sometimes are able to get those commercials and things like that where they go, yeah, my dad played here and then I played here. Those commercials always seem to work. But I'm sure there's some NIL package. I'm sure it's there. But we don't. I won't speculate on the kid's bag right now. I want to hit something else real quick. We're going to get to Zach Goodall here in about 10 minutes. So we'll get to him and excited to have him on talking some Florida football. Let's talk a little Florida football before we get to him, Matt. I wanted to ask you about your thoughts against this Florida defense and how Texas can continue what they were doing, build on what they were doing with Sam Houston, and try and get this offense rolling against a Florida defense that has been very bend but don't break, has not allowed a ton of big plays, not allowed a ton of big scoring against them. How do you get this offense going early and get it rolling where you feel pretty confident in this offense as it continues, and try not to have another really slow start for Texas?
Well, it's going to be difficult to say because this is a defense that, like you said, doesn't allow big plays. It's not going to be like Sam Houston State where you have, more than likely anyway, where you have DeAndre Moore screaming across the middle wide open on the first drive that really kickstarts things into gear. I say you start with, and I feel like a broken record because I've said this the last couple weeks. They actually did it a little bit against Sam Houston State, but I feel like you just got to start with quick, easy throws, get Arch involved in the running game a little bit early. And honestly, I'd love to see Trey Wisner get involved early. I assume he's going to be back. We heard yesterday from Sark, he's not going to tell you whether or not he's back. He's just going to let you look at the injury report. So we'll see the first one, I think, tomorrow when that comes out. But I think you just have to find ways to get Arch in the rhythm early. I think that starts with a screen pass to Ryan Wingo, maybe like a slant across the middle with DeAndre Moore. Just get his confidence going and his timing and his accuracy early on in the football game. And get those, 3 to 4 to 5 yard runs early from CJ Baxter and from Trey Wisner. I think if you can just get a drive cooking early with some, just some positive gains early on, you don't necessarily have to go for a big play. But I think the one thing that we get this offense really confident and really going fast is a couple of completions to Ryan Wingo. That's the thing that they're probably going to play a hair of the dog. I would bet that at least one, if not both plays. But if you can get that connection, which I think is so important to the psyche of the offense when those two are connecting with each other, I think that's really going to give your offense some juice on that first drive, help you move down the field. And I think you kind of also have to impose your will on the defensive line, which is going to be tough because Florida has a really good defensive line. So you got to win in the trenches early as well. There's a bunch of different things to go into it. I mean, we're kind of past the days of, this defense sucks. Let's just see some explosive plays and all that kind of thing. It's going to be all about rhythm and timing from this point forward, and that's how you really start things off against a team like this.
No, I agree. I do think this is one where you do try to establish Arch on the outside, and maybe as a runner within that first two drives, you want to get him at least one designed run, or at least a option in there, an RPO or something to that effect, to try and get him out and just make them have to respect the run. Just try and get their linebackers, their edges, trying to get them more to set an edge than to come after him on those edges. Florida's been pretty good at that so far. So if they're not coming after Arch, I say you can sit back, you can run the ball, and you can throw it. You don't necessarily have to move him until they start coming after him. This is a Florida team with 3 sacks on the season. So they're not necessarily coming after the quarterback at a super high rate, but they do stop you. So again, they're not doing a lot. So if you're Texas and you want to run Arch out, you're going to have to scheme for it, I think, a bit more than just letting it happen. So if you're going to call some RPOs where Arch has an option to run outside, but maybe it's a handoff, you probably want to hand that ball off more than not, because the edges will be set pretty decently if they're not going to be trying to get inside. You also may get a hold or two if you try and go outside on those and the edges aren't rushing. So you want to be careful about those as well, as you try and figure it out. Now, we know Miami had some success running the football against them. Caden Durham for LSU had decent success, but not, he got a big 52-yard run. Outside of that, it was like 14 for 40. So, I think you've seen some aspects of getting the ball, be able to move on the ground. But for me, it is same as it's been always. Anything to get the ball, to get them to respect your run game, respect your screen game, respect your short game, is where we might be able to see Arch open up a little bit more. They did just lose a DB again for the year as well, so you may have some luck there. We'll ask Zach what the state of the secondary and the injury is right now. The injuries for Florida are right now. We get him on here in a few minutes, but this does feel like for Texas, you do have to walk in, and this Texas offense is not an offense where you can do what you did more last year, which was play your style and go in and play what you want to play. It feels like you are going to have to play a little bit more to the defense, just because I don't know if your offense is good enough yet, or confident enough yet, or just experienced enough yet to be able to consistently go after these guys.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Hair of the Dog, Emmett Mosley. I'm a little bit more iffy on that one than I am Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter. But the players were kind of hinting on Monday that he was back. He returned to practice last week. So I would imagine that he at least has a shot. I mean, Parker Livingston, I think said like something along the lines of excited to have him back. Arch was kind of coy with the whole thing. So, yeah, I mean, I think that he certainly has a shot, and that would be huge for them against the Florida secondary. But we'll see. I'm not going to say yes or no, but I'm pretty sure that he's going to at least have a shot at playing.
Yeah, and I mean, you want him to be fully healthy, because one of the things you want from Emmett Mosley is downfield blocking. One of the things that Texas has not been great at, that they're usually kind of a signature of a Sark offense. It hasn't been there this year. He is a person that you believe would be able to step in and help out some with that as well. All right, let's get into it, Matt. We've got your guy, Zach Goodall from Somp 24/7 joining the show. We appreciate you joining us, Zach, having you on. Talk a little Florida, Texas as we get down here. How's everything going in the Florida world right now? What's the feeling around this Florida team that has a really hard schedule still to go and didn't get off to the right start?
Yeah, I mean, coming off of this bye week, I think fans were relieved not to have to watch what's been going on every week this past weekend. I'll tell you, I was too. Like, I tried to make the most of my bye week. But, I wouldn't call it panicking because while the expectations were really high, the football we're seeing right now, bad as it is, like as bad as it's been under Billy Napier, there's a lot of bad football that has come throughout Billy Napier's tenure. So it's more people are wanting to see change at this point. I think Florida fans are largely over this tenure. But again, not too much surprise because they were kind of adjusted to that over the first 2.5, 2 3/4 seasons of Billy Napier football in Gainesville.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Zach, by the way, excited to have you on. It's been a while since we got to talk, so I'm real pumped to have you on. But obviously one of the big issues with Florida so far has been the offense. And there's been a lot of talk about DJ Lagway, the 5 interceptions against LSU. The downfield passing hasn't been there. I think he ranks like last in the country in pass attempts past 20 yards or something like that. What do you think has been his biggest issue early on, and do you think it's fixable?
Yeah, I'll raise you to like the 5 interception game is obviously like awful. I would go as far as to say the 61 yards against Miami is somehow worse, even when you consider 23 of them were through the air. So a lot was generated after the catch, or, you subtract yards through the air if they're behind the line of scrimmage and that player goes and makes more. I would legitimately consider that worse. To me, obviously he dealt with the multiple injuries throughout the offseason, the throwing shoulder, the sports hernia, the calf more recently, even before the Miami game, and had his foot stepped on in practice. So he was wearing a boot last week to kind of protect that, although I believe it's fine. But as a result of that, throughout the offseason, he really did not get many practice reps in a live setting. He took a lot of mental reps and was in the spring game. All he did was hand the ball off to the running backs. But he took his first set of 11 on 11 the entire offseason in a practice setting 12 days before the season began. So that in and of itself is a huge problem. It didn't allow him to develop. I would consider the deep ball throwing, the real struggles with it this season, super uncharacteristic of him, because last year he was one of the best in the entire nation at that. Obviously in high school, and you guys I'm sure got to see plenty of it being from Texas, one of the best deep ball passers in the nation as a high school recruit. So it's not as though he has regressed because he doesn't have the talent. It comes back to me, A, the lack of development throughout the offseason, and B, they'll tell us all the time they don't think that he's hurt. They think he's healthy and good to go. There was reporting back in March or February or April, right around that time frame when this all started coming out, that he needed shoulder surgery and he didn't get it. And the thought is that he's going to need it at some point soon. That's kind of all it is to me, is it looks like he's a quarterback who needed surgery on his throwing shoulder and didn't get it. And that's what this looks like.
We don't like to hear any injury rumors for quarterbacks. It was a whole thing down here for Texas and Arch Manning for 4 weeks that everybody thought he was hurt. So I hope it's not that for DJ Lagway. Is the thought in the bye week, there's some way to fix the downfield throwing, fix the offense and get it rolling a little bit more? John Bo has done really, really well. Your Boggs getting well. Dallas Wilson coming back this week reportedly. Is that maybe something to get you going a little bit? I know Texas defense has been really good so far this season, but is there some sort of hope of let's try this out? Or, you hear anything of how you may kickstart this offense that somehow got worse after 5 interceptions?
Yeah, I mean, externally, I'm in believe it when I see it mode, just because when you're 4 games in, when it looks like this, like it's tough for me to believe it'll just, even after a bye week, switch. Internally, they're adamant that because of his missed practice time throughout the offseason, that's why this looks like what it does. And they're hopeful that the week of having practices, but not a game, so you count however many reps those are, paired with the reps he gets in practice this week, that it's just going to get better as he gets more time. And you pair that with, especially, you mentioned Dallas Wilson coming back. We've not seen him in a game, so who's to say exactly what he'll look like? But we've seen him in the spring practices and spring game, and obviously as a high school recruit, he is that type of player, I believe. I truly thought before his injury that he was going to be a real difference maker, even as a freshman for this offense, especially in the long game. Whether I don't necessarily view him as like some speedster burner, but he's fast enough. And at 6'3", he's someone that can go make contested catches down the field. Even if Lagway's a little bit inaccurate, he can probably go up and get that ball. So internally, I think they want to pair those two things together, and hopefully that kind of sparks the deep passing game. But again, like when you're seeing what I'm seeing so far, it's really hard to believe that 2 weeks and one player coming back is just going to fix that automatically. I would like to be wrong, but I feel it's a bit unrealistic.
Yeah, and obviously Lagway has struggled a lot, but there's other parts of an offense that go into success as well. Is there any other parts of this offense that you think also need to take a step forward heading into this week that haven't been necessarily what Florida fans thought they might be, whether it's the offensive line or the running game or the other wide receivers or anything like that?
Yeah, I know the offensive line's drawn a lot of criticism, especially for all the players that came back who were quite good last year. I don't think they've performed as poorly as some are suggesting, aside from a huge problem, penalties. And that's more technical, more so than going out and executing a block. They need to cut those down. I think that's been a huge detriment. It's taking some third and advantageous situations into third and longer and third and difficult. That's hampered the offense for sure. I also think they should lean on their running game a bit more. And I understand that in a lot of these games, they've gotten down and they've had to move toward the passing game. When you've got a quarterback who's struggling like this, who may or may not be having problems with his shoulder, even in situations where traditionally you might want to pass the ball, the running game through Jaden Baugh has at least been good when they have decided to utilize it. Maybe unconventionally lean into that a little bit more, get him going. Because excuse me, when he gets the ball again, like he's been able to make defenders miss, make plays out of nothing from the backfield. He's just a tough tackle. And that can at least, even if it's not going to push the ball downfield as much as they need to score more points, it should at least give the offense a little bit more to work with, a little bit more momentum.
We've got Zach Goodall from Swamp 24/7 joining us right now. You mentioned Ball, what he's been able to do. What kind of makes him such an effective runner that even when everything's not going right offensively, he's able to get yardage? He's able to move the chains a few times for Florida. What has made him such an effective runner in this offense?
Yeah, I mean, they really lean into like a in between the tackles running game with him, and it makes sense. He's like 6'1", 240. They say he's the strongest player pound for pound on the team based on what he did in the strength and conditioning program. And that works. Like the bruising style of offense can work to an extent. I really think what makes him special is despite him being the bruiser type of back, he's elusive. He's explosive. Like he can operate like a smaller, shiftier back at the same time. And again, make plays out of nothing, find little gaps and manage a way to sneak through it. He's just, I think he's a really special back. And unfortunately, because of how the offense is performing, whether the offensive line is missing some blocks, whether they're having to lean on their passing game, we've yet to really see how good he can be as a result of those combinations. But he's also even a pretty solid pass catcher, not the best pass catching back in the SEC by any means, but he can get the job done. I think he's a decent enough route runner. He's got experience playing defensive back, not so much receiver, but he's been able from the other side of the ball to kind of see how a wide receiver operates. And I think as a result, that has translated to his game pretty well. I think that if the offense were performing better and they could lean on him a bit more, he would probably be in the conversation as one of the better backs in the SEC. He just hasn't really had those opportunities this year.
Well, we talked a lot about the Florida offense so far, so I kind of wanted to change gears. Mm-hmm. Florida defense has been pretty good. They've kept them in every single game so far this year. They ostensibly held LSU to 13 points or whatever it was with despite the 5 interceptions. They kept them in the game for a long time against Miami. Really made Carson Beck, who was a lot of people thought was a Heisman front runner after a couple of weeks. They really held him in check. Obviously, the Texas offense has not been awesome all season long. They struggled through the first couple of weeks. How do you think the Texas offense stacks up against this Florida defense, and what do you think they're going to do to try to cause problems for Arch Manning?
Yeah, I guess to lean back on the offense because of where I think that is a real detriment to the team right now. I think Florida's defense could make this game look a lot closer than what it might actually be, if that makes sense. I feel like that was the case against Miami and even against LSU. It's interesting because they're rattling quarterbacks to an extent, but their pressure rate's not fantastic. They're not getting home nearly as much as they were at the end of last season. But they've been sounding coverage. It's cliche, but they kind of take on the bend, don't break approach, and they've been really not allowing huge plays to occur from time to time. And that is a huge difference compared to the past Billy Napier defenses led by previous coordinators. They've got talent really across the board. I'm a huge fan of their linebacking core, for one. I think that they're legitimately too deep at both spots there. Can rotate guys in and out who do different things well. I'm impressed to an extent with their defensive tackle play as well, considering they've been without Caleb Banks. It's not been perfect. And again, I think that him being there would allow their pressure rate to go up, their edge rushers to perform a bit better when it comes to actually getting the quarterback on the ground, or at least getting him off his spot. But with that in mind, like Brendan Bett, the Baylor transfer, I think has been quite good. He drew a lot of criticism for spitting on a USF player, and that's kind of what he's known for at this point. But when he's been out there not getting penalized, I thought that he's been a pretty good addition. Nose tackle, when Mekhi Burrow has been healthy especially, has also done pretty well. It's one that, especially because the explosive plays aren't necessarily there for Texas, again, I could see that unit making this game closer than people might anticipate. I just can't help but go back to the offense because I think the offense has put the defense in bad situations. I think that they've had struggles, getting off the field, or I should put it as the offense getting off the field as quickly as they are and not sustaining drives is probably tiring out the defense and putting them in some bad spots, especially, again, the 5 interception game. So it gets to a point where no matter how effective the defense may be, it all comes down to the offense, and can it at least semi-match the performance that the defense is putting out there? And I'm still just in wait until I believe it when I see it mode.
Yeah. With Aaron Gates being announced out for the season now as well, where's the health of this team, and how big of a shot is that to this Florida defense and secondary?
I think it's a big shot. Gates hasn't been as productive this year as he was last year, but he was coming off the season-ending ACL. Now the torn labrum, really just a sad story all around. He's had season-ending injuries, I think 3 of the past 4 years, if this one ends up definitely being season-ending. Dijon Johnson, one of their starting cornerbacks, also had a season-ending knee injury against Miami. Bett, one of the players I just mentioned. It seems as though he's on the right track and didn't necessarily suffer anything long-term, but he was another one who went down in that game. Obviously, again, losing Caleb Banks, the first game they get him back, and he was a bit rusty. I don't think that he performed to the level we expected of him in that one game against LSU, but then just like that, he's gone again. So the injuries have started to stack up. I think that makes what Florida's done defensively even more impressive with some of these players going down, but you start to wonder, like, how many can they sustain before you see the unit take a bit of a step back?
So obviously Arch had a lot of trouble with the environment at Ohio State. They are the number 1 team in the country, and they were super excited about that game. Obviously the mood is a little bit different in Gainesville right now, as you mentioned, with people just kind of being over with the with the Billy Napier era. What do you expect this environment to be like? Do you think it's going to be rowdy? Do you think they're going to try to get in there and rattle Arch, or do you think it's just going to be kind of a little bit disappointing of an atmosphere, considering the state of the state of the season so far?
I think they'll come in excited just because of, this series, if we want to even call it that, but returning to Gainesville for the first time since most of the people in that stadium were before they were ever born. People are excited about this game. They've been excited about this game. They've had it circled for a long time. I'm fairly certain it sold out like very early in the summer. So they'll come in, and I'm sure, the Florida faithful always starts a game with energy. But if it goes the way that it's been going throughout this season so far, it wouldn't surprise me if very early on something goes wrong. You see the attitude switch, people getting annoyed, start to make their concerns and feelings known in that stadium, which, it can really suck the life out of it. And I don't mean to discredit Florida fans with that. I get it. Like, it makes a lot of sense for them to be disappointed, but I would at least anticipate, like, right at the start, it's going to sound like a highly anticipated Florida game that we've seen here plenty of times over the years.
Yeah. Speaking of Zach Goodall from Swamp 24/7, this is, you know, an offense that has not really brought energy to the crowd and brought energy to the team so much. And the defense has been really good. They don't really have seemed like they've brought the energy either, though. Only 3 sacks. They've gotten 4 turnovers. So not really a huge amount of excitement coming there. Is there a chance that you may see Billy Napier in a bid to try and do anything to save his job at this point? Kind of go to the defense and say, you guys have to go try and be more aggressive. I get it may kill us in the back end, but we have to be more aggressive because we need energy coming from this team because y'all are the better half of the team right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the scheme traditionally doesn't get super aggressive. Like they'll deploy man and they'll press from time to time, but like they're not often one to blitz. Even going back to last year when their pressures were really getting home and they had that really successful stretch at the end of the season, they were sticking to what they do. And with the matchup that they're facing, with those factors in mind, like you mentioned too, about the pressure being on, maybe we could see some twists, maybe a couple of changes, but it would kind of surprise me if they deviated from what they traditionally have done and frankly have done pretty well during their time. I hate to keep moving it back to the offense, but like it reminds me of Billy Napier, like the offense has gotten worse each year that he's been here, and he's been willing to make changes on the defensive side. He's not been willing to do the same thing on the offensive side. He's committed to being the play caller still, despite this being the worst offense in the SEC. So that's where I start to wonder how much change, if any, would they make, even considering these circumstances? Because typically when his back's against the wall or not, he's not one to try and change drastically what he's doing.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, Zach. So if you want to say pass, then you're more than welcome to pass. Billy Napier was obviously on the hot seat last year. Scott Strickland had to come out and basically give him a vote of confidence to kind of quiet things down a little bit. And then the disaster start to this year with the loss to USF. If Texas comes out and they win this game, and I don't necessarily think that's going to happen because I think it's going to be a kind of a closer score because of the defense. But if Texas does somehow come out and win this game, very handily, like 28 to
49 to
17.
17.
Yes, something like last year.
Yeah.
How hot does that seat really get for him at that point?
To me, I don't think it could get any colder at that point, if that makes sense. I think the ship has sailed. I'm starting to wonder, and I'm not trying to predict, I definitely believe Billy Napier will be fired, but it feels like we're really trending in that direction anyway, especially personally, my eyes look toward that second bye week as it didn't happen this time around. I tend to believe that's probably because of the fear of red shirts and opt-outs after just 4 games at that point. If they come out and just manhandle Florida once again, I could see it even being on Sunday or Monday. When you lose like that at home in a game that, again, is so highly anticipated, regardless of the results of either team this season, if that were, to me, it could potentially be the final nail in the coffin, if that is ultimately what ends up happening.
Yeah, I mean, with 5 ranked games left to go and Mississippi State's now playing much better football, it's a tough road. There's never really an easy time to let him go and just say, well, now we can try and win some of these. It's just going to be tough no matter what for Billy Napier. Zach, so if you're looking at this, what do you think right now? How do you see the game going on Saturday? Is this something that the Florida defense can at least keep them in with some of the struggles Texas had offensively, that this could come down to you're just hoping DJ Lagway figures out something and this becomes a tight game? Or is there not much hope in the world of Florida right now?
Yeah, I mean, with the way the defense has been playing, again, I believe they could make this look closer than maybe what the final score will indicate. Because even, again, the Miami game, it's 13-7 for the longest time. And then offense, that back starts to break, and Miami is able to put together 2 drives at the end of the game that make it look, way worse. So yeah, and again, I go back to if you can lean on Jaden Baugh a bit more, even where it's unconventional. Granted, Texas has a good run defense, so how much are you even going to be able to do that? But if you can stick to what's working and not deviate because you're under the pressure to try and create a spark, then sure, like I could see a world where this ends up being a closer game than many are giving it credit for before it starts. But like it's felt even around halftime with LSU, even when it was only 13-7 against Miami, it just, you could kind of, there was a feeling that you knew this was going to get out of hand at some point, and ultimately that's what happened. So for me, I hate to keep saying it, but like I'm in believe it when I see it mode. Maybe Florida's able to find a spark. Nothing they've done yet so far offensively has given me the rationale to say I believe that will happen, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We got a final score prediction for you, Zach?
You guys know what the current spread is? Sorry, I should have that readily available.
It's 6.5, 6.5, something like that.
Yeah.
I think Texas covers. Let's go 24-13. That's what I'm going with now.
13. Talking with Zach Goodall from Swamp 24/7. We appreciate you joining the show today. You can follow him on social media at Zach_Goodall. Good follow to keep you up in the SEC with all of the Florida news. And I'm sure you'll be just waiting to write that article when you get the phone call that Billy Napier may no longer be a part that you are listening to press conferences from. But I'll get you this on the way out, Zach. Do you have a prediction for a national champion or SEC champion that has not been ruined like many of Matt and I's picks so far?
I could see it being Ole Miss in the SEC.
Okay.
Florida fans might hate me for this, man. I could see it being Miami in the national championship. And I know that their offense kind of took a step back against Florida. Again, that is a testament to Florida's defense. But God, that defense to me is so nasty. And that offensive line is so good that oftentimes it will get the offense to where it needs to go. I'm probably going to look stupid for it too. I bet I get both wrong. But I mean, that's those would be my two picks off the top of my head, I think, right now.
Awesome. I appreciate you. Go ahead, man.
Nothing would make me happier than Ole Miss being an SEC champion. So I don't hate that one bit, Zach.
Yeah.
We appreciate you joining us, Zach. Anything else you want to plug before we let you go?
Just all my works over at Swamp 247. Really appreciate you guys having me. Matt, especially. Hey, good to see you, man. It's been a bit.
Yeah. Let's catch up soon.
All right. Appreciate you, Zach. There's Zach Goodall from Swamp 24/7. Again, you can follow him at Zach_Goodall if you want to keep up with some Florida news. But very cool for Zach to join us, give us a little insight there on Florida. You could tell, Matt, that the feeling around Florida right now is when's Dad leaving? When is Dad leaving? Good Lord, he's still there. He's just sitting in the car. Drive away. That is it feels, I mean, we kind of knew that going in, but yeah, it feels very much like there's really no reason for them to have any optimism until something changes, and that something's Billy Napier.
Yeah, it almost feels like they're kind of waiting for a disaster. And I know that LSU was a disaster in the sense that, he threw 5 picks, or Lagway threw 5 picks, and then Miami was a disaster because of the 61 yards or whatever. And that offensive performance was just abysmal. I just feel like it's going to take something, or maybe not take something, but I feel like if that thing happens where it's just like 45-7 and they get completely embarrassed and their defense can't even keep them in a game, I think that's when you really see, and Zach kind of pointed it out, like it wouldn't surprise me if it was Sunday, even if the game is, around the 24-13 mark or whatever. It just seems like Napier's leash is about this short, and it's a tough hole to climb out of, man. And last year they were able to do it because they got a little hot down the stretch and they were in the game with Florida. Excuse me. I just don't see a spot where that happens for them later, even if they beat Texas. Like I have a hard time seeing that success be sustained. unless for some reason Dallas Wilson comes in and he's the next Jeremiah Smith.
No, I thought he brought up a good point about waiting for that next bye week. That next bye week would be after Mississippi State. So basically 3 more games and they have another bye. So you could believe they drop 3 more and it's really over, but they're trying not to let everybody transfer out. And at that point, you're like, well, do you want to transfer out now or hit these last 5 games? And we'll figure it out after that. So I think that is a possibility too, that they're just literally just trying to keep recruits and transfers. I don't know how many, I don't know if they're bleeding everything out of recruit wise right now either, because I can't imagine anybody's committing to Florida to play for Billy Napier.
Like, yeah, you're probably not going to see a lot of commits in the near future. I'll say that.
Yeah, they go Texas A&M, and Mississippi State as their next 3. Then the bye week, then Georgia, Kentucky, Ole Miss, Tennessee, and Florida State. That is a tough road ahead for the Florida Gators. Yeah, that's tough. And Rodney, come on now, you guys cannot put restrictions on everything that we're not allowed to jinx any. There's going to be jinxes, man. It's going to happen. We can't not say we project that Texas should beat Florida.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't us saying that we think Texas is going to come in and just blitz Florida and dominate them and all these different things. I mean, Florida's been in every game that they've played this year, and there's good things about the team defensively. It's just it feels like, and this isn't a Texas thing; it's a Florida thing. It feels like it's the rubber. It's like, you know, those videos where people strap a bunch of rubber bands around a watermelon and they wait for it to explode.
Yeah.
It's like you're getting that like last couple of rubber bands on there, and it's just a matter of time before the thing blows up in your face. That's what Florida feels like to me. And you talk about the recruits. This is the number 13 ranked recruiting class in the country, according to 24/7 Sports. I think there's 3 guys in there. Kendall Gervil, the defensive lineman, KJ Ford, the edge, and Hezzy Kent, the tight end. Jarrell McCoy, also a defensive lineman. There's a couple guys in there that if Billy Napier gets fired, I bet they're going to get a really quick call from Sark and the staff because those are guys that they were in on at the very end until they committed to Florida.
Yeah, no, that is true. That if you go, I mean, that's kind of the world that you're in right now for Florida. It's why they kept him another year, because they were so worried about what would happen if they lost him. And you lose him without having somebody else ready to go. And you're like, how long is the gap between when Billy Napier goes and a really good fit comes up? And so I think that's kind of the question, where the second bye week is a little bit makes more sense maybe than firing him sooner than that. And look, they could hang in the Texas game. They could hang in the Texas A&M game for sure. And then they could possibly beat Mississippi State. And look, they could beat Texas. They could beat. All of a sudden, DJ Lagway could figure it out. We saw Arch figure it out and be a much better quarterback. Maybe Lagway figures it out as well. I wouldn't project that to be Billy Napier all of a sudden gets it figured out completely against this type of schedule. But it does feel very much like you're kind of on a ticking time bomb there. According to my man, Chan brought up that over on the text line that it may be raining during the game Saturday. It is supposed to be periods of rain and a thunderstorm. Any downpour can cause temporary flooding on the roadways and poor drainage areas, is what it says on the weather from the game on Saturday. The high is 85, low is 68. So you're looking at about 85 degrees in the rain. It is going to be extremely humid in Florida, it would seem. Hopefully, I'll tell you this. Knock on wood on this one. I hope that we do not have any lightning delays during the game. That is no fun. Those games suck, especially a 2:30 game with that. Now that you're rolling to like your second half starting with the first half of the 7 o'clock games. Man, I hate those. I hate those weather delays, man. I hate them.
I'll say this. If Florida is going to have a situation where it's optimal for them, it is if it's raining and it's muddy, and this is we can't, it's too wet to throw the football 40 times or whatever the case.
Yeah.
And like both teams are just grounding and pounding.
Yeah.
I think that would be a situation that works to Florida's advantage, because you don't necessarily have to throw the football as much. and Jaden Ball can kind of get in there and do his thing. And I mean, that'll be nice for Texas as well to a certain extent, because you got 5 running backs that you can put out there, throughout the game that are all really good. But it'll be interesting. I have yet to see Arch play in a bad weather game, so we'll see how he performs with that.
Yes, we will. As we'll continue on with the show. Matt, why don't we get to our first break here? We'll come back, and it is an Overreactions Tuesday. So if you guys have any overreactions to everything that has happened over the weekend to in college football and NFL football, throw those in, and we'll get to, and we'll see if Matt or myself believe these are overreactions or completely justified statements that I'll break down for you when we come back from the break. Also talk some Cowboys and Jerry Jones, as he's now said that the Micah Parsons trade is a success. It's clearly a success. We tied.
Clearly a success after you tie it. And
you tied. It's clearly a success.
Gave up 40 points.
Get into that. Some NFL talk. A ton of injuries in the NFL right now. We'll get into that world, and maybe a little baseball here at the end of the show as well, as some news from the Rangers. As MLB playoffs began today, and somehow my caring of it is less than it's been for the last several years. Somehow. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. We'll get into all that and more when we come back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll love our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328. And of course, over here on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. But we all love Zay Eyes of Texas.
Yeah, we all love Zay.
Who doesn't love Zay? On a Tuesday afternoon, we just talked, by the way, shout out to Zach Goodall from Swamp 24/7 for joining the show. Make sure to give him a follow. Does a lot of great stuff over there covering Florida. If you're into following other teams in the SEC, a really good follow there. We appreciate him coming on, gave us some good knowledge about Florida to get us ready for the game. But I want to get into Tuesdays. We always do our overreactions, and I will give Matt some of the best overreactions I have seen, heard, or read over the last couple of days. And we will see if Matt believes they are reality. There is a reality-based element to this. If it's completely true, somewhat a lie, completely a lie, the dumbest thing I've ever said in my life. I don't know. We'll find out if we can get to any of those. We will get to all that. If you have one you want to throw in, feel free to throw those in to the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and YouTube, or over on the text line. If you have an overreaction of your own that you either heard somebody say or that you yourself now do believe, like Joe's overreaction that John Mateer injury is fake. It's completely made up. They did a fake surgery and he'll be back. And he'll be back playing. So we'll get to that one. We'll start off with the easy one here, Matt. Ole Miss is not only the favorite to win the SEC. They are the best team in the SEC.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's hard to argue against that right now, based on what you've seen.
I think it's still pretty easy to argue against it, but I think it's hard to say. It's easy to argue that they are unequivocally the best team in the SEC. I do think they are in the running for the best team in the SEC for sure.
Honestly, I think the way that they've been playing with Trinidad Chambliss specifically since he came in,
that's true.
Offensively, they're incredibly difficult to stop. Their receiver group is probably the best in the SEC. They have one of the best running backs in the SEC in Kwan Lacey. And Trinidad Chambliss is just a guy that wins. And this is the kind of thing that, it doesn't matter what defense you have, that they have something to go against it. And that's why I say it's hard to argue against it, because they can attack you in so many different ways. I think that if you're going to pick apart this Ole Miss team and their claim on being the best team in the SEC, it starts with the defense that gave up a lot of points to Arkansas and too many points to Kentucky. But they've been better the last couple of weeks. And then the penalties. I'll always come back to the penalties with Ole Miss, 14 against LSU. Those are the kinds of things that are going to get them beat against a Georgia or whoever else they have on down the line in the SEC. But right now they clearly have, the most argument to be the number one team in the SEC.
All right. I look, it is hard to argue that there is an argument to be had that they are the best team. But it is one of those ones. I know, and that's what I'm saying. It is one that you look and you go, well, it had the close game already with Kentucky, and that's maybe the worst team in the SEC. And they've kind of gone back and forth. I do think they have been playing amazing, that they'll be there. And see, that's what I said, Joe, he's still standing by it. I knew he was out there. I knew I'd call him out. Still said that he says Mateer plays at the Cotton Bowl. I still don't believe it, Joe. Well, that's why I'm making fun of you. But we appreciate you, as always, for tuning in. All right. After this weekend and some upsets like Florida State losing and some other teams in the ACC, the Big 12 kind of eating itself at a certain point as the season goes on. All the at-large and Notre Dame now not necessarily being there. Mm-hmm. The SEC and the Big 10 will take all of the at-large bids.
Ooh, that's a good one, Patrick. That
everyone else will eat themselves. And the SEC and the Big 10 will just be like, it doesn't matter if we eat ourselves. Our schedules are good enough we can do that.
Yeah, because you'll probably have Texas Tech winning the Big 12. You'll probably have Miami taking the ACC bid. I think Georgia Tech could sneak in there.
They barely won this week. They won by what, a point?
But they won, and everybody has a too close for comfort game throughout the season. I think Georgia Tech could sneak in there. I still think that Florida State has a shot if they continue to win. But who does Iowa State have left? My goodness. I could see Iowa State dropping 3 more games at least. So I feel like there's going to be one Big 12 team. If there's another conference that gets an at-large bid, it'll be the ACC. But it's not the craziest idea in the world. I'll put it that way.
No, I don't think it is. After seeing Wake Forest play Georgia Tech tight, after seeing Virginia beat Florida State, you're like, well, the ACC was kind of the one. Then Arizona State knocks off TCU. You go, all right, well, that was a 24 team. They're now out of it, and they're now fighting to get back into that world. So it does feel like there's a world where if Indiana just hangs in there, if USC wins some other games down the stretch, maybe they get back into it. And if they beat Notre Dame, but like it feels weird that you're like, no, the SEC is so stacked that you just go, well, the 8th team at the SEC is probably better than the 3rd team in the ACC or Big 12.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would argue that the top 15 teams in the SEC are all better than the top or the bottom, outside of the top 2 in the ACC.
And I know that may be an overstatement. That may be an overreaction as well. But when we were ranking, and I know now we're going to say Alabama's not number 8 when we do our SEC rankings again, but we had Alabama at number 8. Like, that's how good everybody else is playing, that they were number 8 in our rankings. So if you say Alabama, you go, is there the 3rd team in one of these other conferences? Now, we could say 2nd team gets in, but I can tell you, just not even looking at it, I feel confident that the 8th team would probably be favored in a matchup against the 3rd team of the Big 12 or the ACC.
Or maybe the Big 10.
Yeah, possibly because Penn State's the 3rd team in the Big 10.
Yeah,
right.
And they suck.
They do, but they will get preferential treatment. We know that they will get preferential treatment from being in the Big 10.
Maybe.
So, all right. Staying in the Big 10, USC has already hit its ceiling under Lincoln Riley.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe. I feel like they're going to end up having a good year. I know that they lost this past weekend. Jacoby Lane, I think, got hurt in that game, if I'm not mistaken. But it does say a lot if one player getting hurt affects you that much. So I don't know. I feel like they're. Let me see if I can find their schedule. I feel like they have a chance to have a good year. I think they're off this week. Who did they lose to? Let's see.
They just lost to Illinois. USC did.
Yeah, Illinois is not very good in my opinion.
No, Illinois got boat raced by Indiana and then beat USC, and again the Big 10 eating itself.
Yeah. Okay. Here's what I'll say. I think that you're going to find out a lot about USC over the next 2 weeks, or the next 3 weeks, I guess, because they're on a bye this week. Because they got Michigan and then they're at Notre Dame. If they win those games, I think that they can still do something this season, potentially be a playoff team, even if they go 10-2. If they beat those 2 teams and then they lose to Oregon towards the end of the year, I think that they could be a playoff team. But it's teetering on the brink, because if they lose those 2 games, the questions are going to start being very, very hot around Lincoln Riley.
All right. This next one I saw, and it's an interesting one, but after all of the talk about this 2026 quarterback recruiting class, or quarterback draft class, the quarterback draft class in 2026, that we were like Garrett Nussmeier and Drew Aller and Carson Beck, and man, all these guys are going to be so good, and I can't wait for it. The 2026 QB class will be the worst since 2022.
If Lenore Sellers comes out, then no.
Okay. I mean, he's not having a great season either, though.
I know, but I think that's just because South Carolina is not very good. If Lenore Sellers comes out, at the very worst, this will be as good as the class last year. Because I think Carson Beck's going to end up being good. I still think Garrett Nussmeier is a really good quarterback. I just think them not being able to run the ball, and he's hurt, I think is playing a big role in it. So no, I think that's an overreaction.
Okay, and that leads us into this next overreaction. The Heisman winner will be somebody that we have not even put in our top 5 yet. Somebody that is not one of the top names. It won't be John Mateer. It won't be Dante Moore. It won't be Mendoza. It won't be any of those guys. It won't be anybody who's gotten up at the top rankings yet. None of those guys are going to win the Heisman. It's going to be someone who has a big second half of the season.
So you're saying it's going to be Arch, huh?
I'm not saying it's going to be Arch. Could be Arch. Could be.
So, no, I disagree with that. I think that's an overreaction. I think that there's 3 guys that have, or let's say 4 guys that I think have a really good shot right now. Actually, I can even take it to 5 if we're being honest. But we'll stick at 4. I think.
Wait,
I think
yeah,
Dante,
if you want to put, is Chambliss 5?
No, he's 4.
Okay, he's 4. Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay. I think Dante Moore is by far the front runner right now.
Yes. Yeah. Betting wise,
I think if John Mateer comes back after Texas and has a great second half of the season, he's certainly in the conversation. I think if Diego Pavia beats Alabama, he's almost immediately the number 1, if not number 2. And I think if Trinidad Chambliss plays the way that he has played these last 3 weeks, and he leads Ole Miss to Atlanta, they may not even have to win, but if he gets them to Atlanta, the first Ole Miss quarterback to ever get to Atlanta for the SEC championship, I think he has a legitimate shot. Now, is that going to be very difficult? Of course. The other guy that I thought about putting into the conversation is Marcel Reed, but he's going to have to play a lot better than he did against Auburn. If he keeps putting up performances like that, then he's not going to have a shot. But if he does Notre Dame stuff, then he'll have a good chance.
Yeah, Marcel Reed just got a lot of SEC teams, so I'm not sure if he's going to be the guy. But yeah, I get it. Like if he does it against these defenses, then that becomes the story. Kind of like what Diego Pavia is doing. Is like if Diego Pavia, his story too is one that you're like, if he just does, if they're a 9-win team, I could see him being in New York.
Yeah.
Just because they're like with the stories too, like we want to run these profiles on Diego Pavia. We want to have his brothers in the crowd in New York. It all seems like it'd be fun to have him there, but we will see if they can continue when SEC play cranks up even more.
Yeah, here's the thing with Diego Pavia. Vanderbilt is by far the most overrated team in college football right now.
It feels like it.
They beat Charleston Southern, Virginia Tech, who's bad, South Carolina without Lenore Sellers, Georgia State, and Utah State. So he hasn't done anything yet. Over the next few weeks, he's got Alabama, LSU, Missouri, at Texas, Auburn, Kentucky, and at Tennessee. If he, first of all, I think Vanderbilt's probably going to end up at like 7-5 or 8-4. But if he gets them to 9-3 or 10-2, I would bet my mortgage that he's going to be in New York. So he's going to have a really good chance. They just have to beat good teams, which they haven't done yet.
I mean, they did once last year, but not consistently.
Right. He's going to have to do it multiple times this year, which Vanderbilt's never done.
No, and the problem is last year they found Kalen DeBoer's weak spot, which was playing against teams they should beat.
Yeah.
Playing against teams that like Georgia and teams that they're close with and teams that are not expected to be blowouts, Alabama plays pretty well. So those ones that they're supposed to be the 30-point spreads, you have to worry about Alabama a little bit more with Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah, and I think that Alabama is very focused on this game. Ty Simpson even came out and said, we're not going to make that mistake again.
I would imagine.
So we'll see.
One more in college football for you, Matt. Brian Kelly will never win the SEC.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I mean, look, I've just been waiting to trash Brian Kelly and LSU. They've been playing really good. And thankfully, your Ole Miss Rebels helped me out, letting me be able to trash Brian Kelly a little bit more. That now everyone's like, we knew it, Brian. We knew we shouldn't have trusted you.
I think that Brian Kelly will win a national championship with LSU before he wins an SEC championship.
Well, I don't think he's going to win a national championship with
LSU.
LSU.
I don't either. I'm not saying he is. I don't think.
But you think it would happen before he won an SEC?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. How about we go to the NFL and we'll start off here in the NFL that the Seahawks will win the NFC West. Three teams are 3-1 in the NFC West right now. It's a really good division. But man, well, Mike McDaniel and that, or was it Mike McDonald? Sorry. And that Seattle team is playing really good. Sam Darnold looking good over there. Seems to figure out some pieces. Defense is playing well. You can tell what McDonald meant to the Ravens. It's pretty evident right now. So is this, Rams dealing with maybe have not looked perfect so far this season, maybe a couple holes in that team. The 49ers are pieced together with duct tape and glue.
I don't think this is a wild concept. I just don't. I think that the Rams are going to eventually run away with this thing.
Okay.
I just think that they're too good defensively, and Stafford is really figuring things out with Nakua and Devontae Adams, and that running game is good. I just feel like they have such a higher ceiling than Seattle does. I find it hard to believe that Seattle's going to be able to keep this up, whereas I think the Rams are going to keep this up. Like, I think they're going to be 13-4 or 12-5.
How about this will be A.J. Brown's last season with the Eagles.
God,
we talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the show that A.J. Brown is already complaining. They're 4-0. They just won a Super Bowl, haven't lost a game in a while, but he has looked completely awful. And, I mean, right now, he seems unhappy. Maybe they're, the Eagles have never had a problem moving off somebody and going to get somebody else. Is this the A.J. Brown's last season with the Eagles? Like, it's going to be too much bad blood. Time to get out of this.
I mean, I certainly hope so. I hate watching A.J. Brown with the Eagles. He's my Ole Miss guy, and it pains me every single time. But Patrick, he has been targeted. I'm doing a little math here. 28 times this year, and he's got 14 catches, and his quarterback just threw for 0 yards in the second half against Tampa Bay. If I was a wide receiver and my quarterback threw for 0 yards in the second half of the football game, I'd want to get out of there. Like, he obviously can't find me. Like, that's how I look at it as a wide receiver. So, I mean, is it a little selfish because you just won a Super Bowl and you're 4-0? Yes. But I would want to get out of there if I was him, because I'm not getting – I look bad because my quarterback can't get me the football. That's how he's looking at it.
All right. With the news in Cleveland that Dylan Gabriel likely starting this week for the Browns after coming in relief of Joe Flacco, the Shedeur Sanders will not start a game for Cleveland this year. He has burned too many bridges. He has a bad attitude that nobody seems to like. Rex Ryan came out and basically said, if I know about the stuff from behind the scenes of why you're not playing, everyone knows. Everyone knows why you weren't drafted. Everyone knows why you're not playing, and it's not your talent.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see it. I really can. He's so loud as like, isn't he like the third string quarterback right now? Isn't he not even second string?
No, because Dylan Gabriel came in for Joe Flacco in the game.
Yeah, so
Dylan Gabriel will probably start this weekend. So they're already saying you're behind Dylan Gabriel. And then the question is,
Dylan Gabriel gets hurt.
Well, and then it's, do you go back to Joe Flacco? Do you bring in somebody else? And just like Shedeur, until you start to take this seriously, we're not going to play you.
Yeah,
until you listen to us and do what we ask, your dad's not the coach anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's absolutely realistic, because I would not put him in a football game if I was Cleveland. One, because I don't think he's very good. But two, like, he's going to bring so much more controversy and attention with every single thing he says after a game, everything he does during a game. Like he's gonna be post game. Like if they lose, like, oh, my offensive line sucks and my receivers can't catch the ball. I'm so good, but they're just so bad that you can't see it. Those are the kinds of things he's gonna say because those are the kinds of things he's always said. Like he came out and flamed his offensive line at Colorado because he got sacked 100 times by Nebraska, and he was holding on to the ball the whole game. So yeah, I mean he's one of those people that's always it's them, it's not me. You know. So I don't think that he's ever going to learn unless he gets a real hard lesson, which would be you're not starting a single game for us.
No, I could believe you're not starting a game and we'll just cut you at the end of the season. You can go somewhere else. It feels like we played that clip the other day of Deion saying I never learned anything on the bench, and it feels like all the reports and the stuff you're kind of hearing and the rumors around, or he's not trying to get better on the bench. He goes and practices and he does not watch game film, does not prepare for games, and waits until he is a starter. But the rumor is that he is not taking it seriously to say, I'm giving you no reason to not play me. He's giving them every reason to not play him. And then wondering why he's not playing.
Yeah.
Which it's not going to work in the NFL. Like, it's just not like the Deion someone has to have to talk with Deion and tell Deion, your son is a shell of what you are. He is not anywhere close to the level of talent or ability that you have. He does not have the talent in him. He does not have the brain of you. He does not have the ability of you. Could be an NFL player, but every time you tell him to be like you, you are ruining his NFL career because he cannot be you. Now go tell Travis Hunter that. Travis Hunter can't.
If Shedeur Sanders approached things the way that Dylan Gabriel did, or the way that Quinn Ewers does, he'd be playing. He'd be playing right now.
Yeah, but he would have been ahead of Dylan Gabriel because talent-wise, size-wise, athleticism-wise, he's the better NFL prospect. But if you're not going to put in the work, which is what the rumors are, I mean, look, I'm not there. I can't tell you. So I don't want to be disparaging him just out of nowhere, but that is what everything you read. There's nothing you read from any credible source that is positive about Shedeur Sanders. You see tweets about Shedeur, but you do not read actual things or hear from anybody that knows Shedeur that he's really the guy.
And this is why the Mel Kiper thing, where he was beating the drum and glazing Shedeur Sanders and being the biggest Shedeur Sanders apologist that you've ever seen in your entire life during the draft, was so disingenuous. Because you can have all the talent in the world. You could be Cam Ward as opposed to Shedeur Sanders. You're not going to get drafted if you don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to play you if you don't care or you don't take it seriously.
No. If you sit with your arms crossed on the sideline, pouting because you're not playing, and then walk off and say you're better than starters in the NFL, it's not going to go over well. No. It's just not going to go over well. How about this one? The Bengals will trade Trey Hendrickson by the deadline. You have about a month left before the deadline. It's at the beginning of November. So,
yeah, I don't think they're going to win another game until then. So I could see that happening.
Yeah, I have a meathead thing from that I saw. That is, there's some problems in Cincinnati. There's some problems in Cincinnati. I'll say that. This is believable completely. That Trey Hendrickson, they look, they're not going to sign him long term. They basically made his contract go over. Someone could definitely use him down the stretch of the season. I mean, the Cowboys could use him. They won't pick him up because they're not going to keep him either. And I think Jadeveon Clowney was more their speed.
Yeah.
So, when we get the Jerry Jones hour, I'll go on the Jerry Jones backtrack tour. We'll go on that he was on 105.3 today. How about we go into, let's see, let me grab another one real quick. Tyreek Hill, terrible injury last night. If you saw it, it looked really bad. Like, it looked like, if you break an action figure and his leg,
I don't want to see it.
his leg's like this, right? And then it plants, and then his foot stays planted at the knee, and the rest of his body does that. Knee's supposed to have been that way, goes that way. They've already said that like ACL and everything's torn. The question is, it broke. This looked kind of similar to the Tank Dell injury, The difference was Tyreek Hill was like laughing and smiling, waving to everybody on the way out. And you were like, this guy is literally insane that he's doing this. That he's I mean, now he may have already been shot up with some other stuff too. That may be part of it as well, that he is having some lingering knee issues or whatever else. And so he already had some painkillers on it. That would probably be the most reasonable explanation for it. That he was smiling and like smiling in the picture of him in the ambulance smiling. It's crazy. But you look at that injury, you realize that he is basically in the last year of a contract because they either had to re-sign him or do whatever else to keep him, because I think he's $50 million next year or something like that. So the number is so ridiculous. So I can't imagine that they keep him on the Dolphins. Also, he has pissed everybody off on the Dolphins already. The joke was last night, he's smiling and waving because he realizes he doesn't have to play for the Dolphins anymore. But that is a type of knee injury for a guy who is built on speed, undersized. You take that knee injury at his age. Tyreek Hill, this is the overreaction for you now. Saying all that. Overreaction. Tyreek Hill will never play in the NFL again.
I feel like somebody's going to give him a shot. Whether or not he plays in a game is another question entirely, but I feel like somebody will give him a shot. Hell, it'll probably be the Cowboys because they love a redemption story. You know, like, I don't know. Yeah. Somebody will try.
He's 31 years old. So, I mean, he is on the back end of his career anyway. And now, look, certain guys like Jerry Rice could play forever. Tyreek Hill was always a speed guy first, so you don't know how long that lasts. And we know he's done in Miami. But I do agree someone's going to bring him in. But it's kind of like Odell Beckham Jr. at a certain point where you're like, is the headache ever worth it once he diminishes into a wide receiver 2 or 3? Is the headache worth it? Because the guy's probably a good guy and everything else, but he wants to be a wide receiver 1. And he's never going to be okay being a wide receiver 3 and the amount of catches he's going to get. He's going to get 2 targets a game, and there's no way he's going to be okay with that.
Yeah, I buy that. But I think he'll play in another game. I just don't think he's going to have a sustained career after this.
Let's see. If we want to go, how about we go with the Broncos are the best 2-2 team in football in NFL?
Oh gosh, I'm inclined to say yes. Let me see who all is 2-2 though. So we got the Bengals. No. The Chiefs, the Broncos, the Commanders, Vikings, Bears, Falcons, Cardinals. I think they're better than the Chiefs. I think that when Jaden Daniels is healthy, I think they're better than the Broncos right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why it's a fun one for me, because it's believable that team is just underachieving right now because they're kind of still young. Bo Nix is young. They haven't figured it completely out. J.K. Dobbins does end up running for 100 yards, doesn't get in the end zone, so I lose another week in fantasy, but gets everything done. It does feel like there's probably a little bit more going on to that than just that. I think it's just been a tough road. Like, if you want to tell me that the Broncos versus the Eagles, I'd still probably think the Broncos, even though the Eagles are 4-0, they've been awful. They've not been a good team. Like we saw, they sucked against the Cowboys, and the Cowboys are not really a good team. So at a certain point, it does feel like maybe that is not one. But there's some overreactions for you. If you have any more, feel free to throw those in on the text line 512-222-9328 or over on the chat. And yes, Rodney, I don't think him not playing football is going to stop him from spreading his seed. I don't know if that would stop him from doing that. But if you want to throw any more of those, let's get into the Jerry Jones hour, Matt. Jerry Jones did his what we knew Jerry Jones would eventually do. He was talking to 105.3 The Fan. He dropped in the line that they kind of asked him about, you got to play now against Micah. How do you feel? And he goes, it proves to me that we made the right deal. We tied with them, and he was on the defense and not on our defense, and we were still able to tie with him. So clearly we made the right deal in that one. It's not how it works. But we see him there. And then they asked him again, because the question has been, are you going to make a trade to improve this secondary? Are you going to make a trade to help your defense? Because your defense is bad. It's, you're allowing 40 points, 37 points. You are allowing a lot of points. So how are you going to be able to compete if you keep allowing your defense to have that? Would you like to make a trade for something? He has consistently said after the Micah Parsons trade, to keep everybody calm, well, we have these, now we have more assets. We could make another move. He now somewhat starts to do the backtrack in that, saying, well, we're not healthy right now. Once we get healthy and some of these guys come back, then that's like adding players. So that's the same as acquiring a player, is our players getting healthy. So that's basically better because we don't have to give anything up, and we're getting back to Marvion Overshawn. Like, when he comes back, if we get Ravel, like, that's better than making a deal, Matt.
I hate Jerry Jones so much. This is always it's always the same thing. Always the same thing. It's like clockwork. Season starts. We feel really good about our guys. Yes. We think we're a Super Bowl contender. We really think we got a lot of talent on this football team. They start, they suck. Players get hurt because they have a bad training staff. So, well, I think we really got a chance to compete, but we really don't want to burn any assets or anything like that. Or they'll build up like, oh yeah, we're in conversations. We're wheeling and dealing. We've had a lot of conversations, blah 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 blah, blah, all that kind of stuff. And then it's like, oh, we really feel like if we improve this one part of our team, then we're really gonna make it over the top. And then they do none of it because they're cheap and they don't want to give up their draft assets, even though they're bad at drafting. Yes, the Cowboys are bad at drafting right now.
Average at drafting.
No,
they're
bad. They're bad. They hit on 50% of their first round picks.
It's average. It's average.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough.
I agree. Average is not good enough to win in the NFL. I agree with that.
Over the last couple of years, their last couple of drafts have not panned out with good players in the later rounds.
No.
Like, name me a really good player on the Cowboys that they picked round 3 or later.
Overall, Dak Prescott, but that's the one I can name.
No, I mean like in the last few years.
Oh, I couldn't name you one off the top of my head.
Because
Deron Bland. Can we go Deron Bland in there?
Okay, that's one.
All right, I'm just trying to think on top of my head. So
you get 16 rounds. I'm sure you could find.
You could probably find 3 or 4 guys in there. Cooper Beebe was a good pickup. What was he, second or third?
I think he was third, maybe.
Okay,
but like
they've done okay.
You see
they missed more.
Successful teams in the NFL, they hit on a lot higher of a rate than what the Cowboys are doing right now.
Well, and the other part of this is it's not
drafting
even
to their needs either.
Well, here's the biggest part of it is there's 3 ways to acquire players in the NFL: through the draft, through free agency, and through trades. The Cowboys do not participate in free agency. They choose to not participate in it. They feel it's a bad deal. Jerry Jones feels you're always going to lose the negotiation in free agency. So when you're going after a big star and multiple teams want him, you will never get the good deal. So he does not like participating in free agency. So that takes one of them out. He also doesn't like making trades a lot because trades, you lose the negotiation because both teams want to get it. So he doesn't really like trades. So their main point of talent acquisition, like 80%, 85% of their talent acquisition is through the draft. And for star players, it's probably even higher, 90%. And that is the problem, is that a good team is 35, 40%, 35, 40%, 35, 40% on those three things, right? Maybe trades is lower for everybody, but you pick up in free agency too, and use all three forms to build your team. The Cowboys don't, so they have to draft well. And if they don't, they're screwed. That's the real problem, is some other teams make up for it. If another team misses on a pick, but they signed a free agent, they're still good because they were able to pick guys up. If you look like Denver in the offseason, Denver had a pretty good draft. But they also went out and signed some guys. And so we expect them to be better. Why we said they're probably the best 2-2 team. They're consistently trying to go out and get better at every one of these positions. The Bills have not drafted well at all, but they go out in free agency and go get players. So they're not losing ground. That is why the problem with Jerry Jones and his logic is, if I draft as well as everybody else does, we'll be good. But that's a false statement, because they're also making trades and signing people in free agency. And he doesn't want to do either one of those. And I know he made a Micah Parsons trade, but he doesn't make a ton of trades.
Oh, they pick up people in free agency. They just only sign like average players to
big, big names, like add real talent.
Exactly. So you can't expect to be a Super Bowl contender if you're not aggressive, like the Eagles or the Chiefs or the Ravens signing Derrick Henry. You didn't even give Derrick Henry a phone call.
That's the craziest.
He's the second best running back in the NFL right now. You didn't give him a phone call.
Oh, you know Jerry Jones, every time he fumbles, goes, and that's why we didn't call him. He ran for 250 yards. But he fumbled. That's why we didn't call him. We drafted Jaden Blue, who can't get on the field.
And then you make things harder for yourself because you wait to sign your own players to extensions, and you pay way more money than you would have at another point. But escrow. And Joe, you read a story. The teams are pissed that the Texans gave second-round pick Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed 4-year contract. That's somewhat old news. They may be still mad about it. But the basic premise was every time the first pick in the second round, that was the last pick that got a fully guaranteed contract. And that started, 3 or 4 years ago, that they signed that one too. And so now it becomes precedent. Jaden Higgins, because the Texans didn't have a first-round pick, they gave him a fully guaranteed contract, basically telling him, you would have been our first-round pick, but we got a trade. We would have taken you in the first round too, which is probably not true, but and the reason, and also now that Emeka Egbuka is playing like he is, everyone's like, you couldn't trade up for him, buddy? Couldn't have gone against Egbuka? That'd have been amazing. But the premise was that because they signed him to a fully guaranteed contract, none of these other second-round picks signed, because all the agents got together and said, we can get fully guaranteed contracts in the second round. Almost everybody did get a fully guaranteed contract through like pick 30 or something like that. And then they got more guarantees than they used to, but they're not fully guaranteed. It was a big holdout. A lot of second-round picks missed a lot of time, but they signed waivers, so they were at camp, but then they were going to miss time when the season actually was going to start. So they signed them. Teams were not happy with it, but I don't think it's a long-term. Nick Caserio's already made 2 more trades since that's happened. So I don't know if it's necessarily they're mad at the Texans, like we're not going to do business with them. I think they're just like, dang it, guys, we have a good thing going where we consistently screw over the players with no leverage. Like, why don't we do this? We give them healthcare for like 2 years after they retire. It's crazy. And then we give them lifelong medical issues. But we pay them. Like they make good money, but there's a lot of people in the NFL who get not the same end of the deal that you think they do. And then the top guys, everyone's like, well, Dak Prescott makes $60 million, so everyone in the NFL is rich. It's not necessarily the case. No, I think every pick through the first 2 rounds should have been fully guaranteed a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what the players feel. That's what the agents feel. But they have a vested interest in that as well. But yeah, that's the whole reason they used to, because like also that was the whole Bill Belichick where he would always trade out of the first round to get to the second, because if you don't get fully guaranteed in the second round, it's way easier to draft because you can take a chance on somebody and you're not necessarily locked in for 4 years. You can kind of cut them loose after a couple of years if they don't work out. So that's what teams wanted to have. And the Texans are maybe on the trend towards being more player friendly. They've been extremely player friendly, maybe to a fault player friendly with some of this stuff. I giving Joe Mixon a new contract as soon as he got traded over. and now he's probably going to miss an entire season for you.
Yeah.
That one made me.
I just picked up Woody Marks, or I put in a waiver claim for Woody Marks in fantasy football. So
he had a big week.
Please, because my number 2 running back is Bill from the Commanders, Bill Krosky Merritt or whatever.
Yeah,
it's awful.
Which, I mean, if Jaden Daniels comes back, maybe he'll start to pick it up. But they need Jaden Daniels and Debo, and everybody's hurt over there as well. Having a rough time for Dan Quinn in Washington. Wanted to hit this real quick before we get to meathead of the day too. I don't know if you saw this, Matt, but since we said MLB action is happening, that the Rangers parted ways with Bruce Bochy. It was not a firing. It was we're going to go in a different way right now. And if you're a Rangers fan, this is the trifecta of sadness coming to you. You get Cooper Flagg, so that's maybe your positive moment right now. But everyone was like, well, we like the Rangers. The Rangers have now stated the main reason they're parting with Bruce Bochy is that they are most likely in cost-saving mode in Texas, that their finances are not where they need them to be, and they're most likely going to go in a much younger direction, and felt that maybe they need to bring in somebody with more player development and younger coaching skills than Bruce Bochy, who won the World Series a couple years
ago. I think I'm done with Dallas sports. That's like, the coach doesn't have anything to do with being financially better in your roster.
Well, so by the way, they also have offered to keep Bruce Bochy on in the staff.
Oh, who cares?
So like have him be there as an advisory role or whatever else. But they're basically like, we're not going to try and win anymore. So, well, we're going to try and win, but we're not going to pay money to try and win.
Guy wins you a World Series 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And you're parting ways because you're cheap.
Well, you know, finances and the way my bank account's set up.
Okay. Well, go Stars. All the other Dallas teams, I'm done.
Well, you can't even go to the Astros. You can't even go to the Astros.
I don't care about baseball. Like the only thing that I had that gave me a care about baseball was the Rangers.
Yeah, it is. There's a little bit of worry in this about. I'm trying to look up. See who's going to be a free agent and who you may lose. I think Eovaldi's a free agent. It's no, and Joe, you're 100% right in that one as well. But that is, you know, they've still got let's see, they still got Corey Seager on the books for several more years. We'll see if they move off of Corey Seager. That would be really
trying to save money.
He makes $30 million a year, a little over $30 million a year. We could see that. Jacob deGrom still has a couple of years. We'll see if they move off of him, making about $37 million. Has 2 more years left on his contract. Marcus Semien, 3 more years left on his contract. Oh, no, Eovaldi still there for a couple more years. So he'll still be there. Jock Peterson, $21 million next year. How can they get out of that contract? That's the question. You don't expect to see him there. Outside of that, you have guys that are in arbitration, young guys. So not necessarily guys that are going to be natural free agents, but a lot of free agents coming out for the Rangers. It is a difficult time for the Rangers. And Joe is 100% right on this. Astros not making the playoffs was a bigger disappointment than the Rangers. Astros were in first place. Yes, the Astros should be in. Now, the main part for the Astros, which is it's still not great, but it's one of the reasons, is that they were extremely injured this year. So you have to figure out how you're going to deal with the mass amount of injuries on this Astros roster. At the end of the season, you get Jordan back. He's playing amazing baseball and then injures himself scoring a run. Slides on the plate, turns his ankles, out for the rest of the season. And you're like, dude, Jordan, you're a big dude. You need to be a little less fragile. So the Astros, we'll see what they end up doing. It's harder to believe where they were in. We don't necessarily want to go full off on spending money. didn't attack the trade deadline with the same vigor because they're paying a lot of guys to be hurt right now. And I think as ownership's looking at that going, we have like $100 million in injured players. This is not this is not a business model that anybody wants to see. $100 million for guys who don't play, don't show up, crowd can't see them, people don't have to buy tickets to go see them. They don't make our team any better. So they're trying to figure out what to do for the Astros right now. But that report from the Rangers of why they let Bochy go. And again, it was a mutual decision. They said it wasn't a firing. They basically spoke to him and said, we are not going to give you a winning team. Do you still want to be here? And that was it was more of a, I think, courtesy to Bruce Bochy to not stick him out there and tell him, try and go 500.
Who's the best manager in baseball?
I couldn't tell you.
Is Bruce Bochy a top 5 manager in baseball?
I mean, he was at one point for sure. I don't know now, but I mean, he's definitely at one point he was. And I mean, you're still talking about a Hall of Fame manager.
I might not watch professional sports anymore. Like, every team that I had a vested interest in has completely shattered it for me.
Oh man, it's not been a fun year for Matt there. But this is, if you had to give all that up to get Ole Miss to win the SEC.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, there it is. There's
because Ole Miss is my
yeah, you went there.
Team that I care about the most in any sport.
I got you.
Texas is a close second because they pay my bills. But yeah, I mean, I would do that, but it's still deflate. I mean, my girlfriend's gonna love it because she doesn't want to watch football on Sundays any more than I do now. So it's what a time to be a Dallas sports fan, man.
It's rough right now.
Unbelievable.
It is rough to be a Dallas sports fan right now. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, wrap it up with the meathead of the day here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. centextickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's centextickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Tuesday afternoon. Time to get to our meathead of the day, Matt. And I want to play you this first. This is some Bengals blocking from last night and tell you why Joe Burrow may be not playing and why no one's going to win with the Bengals until they figure out this offensive line.
Pressure off the edge. Browning is down. It's Cooper.
If you missed that point where it stops, we'll go back to it here. You can see right there at the top, four Bengals blocking one guy while both tackles get beat to the outside. That right there is rough.
Oh my gosh.
For an offensive line. 4 offensive linemen facing downfield. Like, what's going on? A 3-man rush against 6 offensive linemen and blockers. That's a running back as well coming up there to block on the one guy. He decided, I'm going to pop in there and help block this one guy who's clearly just like, I'm not fighting this. You guys got me.
Play that one more time.
Oh, it is. Here you go. You watch. No one noticing.
Did they even get a hand on the tackles? I mean, on the ends?
Let's say. One of them did.
Barely. Oh my God. That's awful.
Yeah, that's brutal right there. So yes, tough ones there for the Bengals. Why they will not be able to get many wins at all. That would be it. Also saw your man Matt Stafford talking to Pat McAfee and leaning into some conspiracy theories about himself.
About you. Everybody was, because it kind of was ominous. You were in that tube and then you were out and then you weren't practicing. You're supposed to practice and you weren't practicing. Was there scary times in training camp? Was there worry?
Yeah, definitely. My clone's having a first, hell of a first.
That's wonderful to hear. Good clone.
All right, so Matthew Stafford has the records with Calvin Johnson and Cooper Kupp. The clone version is about to have the record with Puka.
He's dealing to Puka right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, these teeth.
You're right.
Clean on these teeth. Let's.
There's Matt Stafford on Pat McAfee today, leading into it's a clone. It's a clone that was out there playing. That's why he's able to do what he's able to do at his age and all the injuries. He's not playing. His clone's playing now.
Yeah, I love that he's leaning into it. That's a lot of fun. It is kind of amazing that he's playing this well, considering he's 38 years old. And he seemingly has all of these back injuries and these wrist injuries, like all these things.
Yeah.
And he's just out there dealing. He's so good, man.
And there's still quarterback sneaking him. Every time I see a quarterback sneak for the Rams, I'm like,
because
stop
he wants
doing this
to.
him. I know, but stop doing that to that man. Come on.
But here's the thing. And I bet you Stafford would be the first person to say this too. If Sean McVay came over and said, we're not going to sneak you here, we're going to put in a running back under, or we're going to do a wildcat or whatever from the 1 yard line, he'd be like, hell no, you're not. No. This is my team. I want to do this. This game's on the line. I want the ball. That's the kind of player he is. So there's never any scenario where they're not going to let him do that.
No, I do believe there was one he did not get this week though. So that was the extra, push on there of making your quarterback who has had back problems all offseason dive into a pile and then be like, nope. Then now you even got to turn the ball over on that one. But yeah, Matt Stafford seeming to have fun now that he's an LA guy, not a Detroit guy anymore. It is one of the best second acts in like sports history.
Oh yeah.
To have a guy play so long for one team and just kind of always a question of like, is he a bust or is it the Lions? because they're not playing well and they're losing all these games. And he had this great receiver, and you kind of always have that question. And then to win the Super Bowl in just the second half of his career that he has had, that second act, it's really cool to see that someone came out and won on the second end, because it's far more often it's just like, no, you're just going to get washed out to the sands of time. So very cool to see Matt Stafford get that.
Yeah, it makes me very, very happy. Obviously, I'm a little biased because we went to high school together, and I've always been a fan of his. But I always knew in the back of my mind that the Lions were just terrible, and it wasn't his fault.
And now the Lions got it figured out. Like, they figured it out in that moment too. It worked out for everybody. One of the very few trades in life that everything seemed to work out great for everybody involved. We're going to be gone. We got to take off now. We'll be back tomorrow. Get you into, as we start to get more and more into the week of Florida versus Texas. It's coming up on Saturday. We'll keep breaking it down for you and a whole lot more in the sports world. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.